Now, the third way in which we are making the shift is that we are considering infrastructure investment as a sort of catalyzing force for economic transformation, which means that a lot of emphasis is put on complementary investment to catalyze, for example, an existing infrastructure and use it as a way to develop everything around that infrastructure. One good example is the Lobito corridor.
Just a minute.
Yes.
I'm going back to the dam in Ethiopia. Because part of the problem we're having is that international financial institutions, because of the environmental, social regulations and similar stuff, projects tend to delay, infrastructure projects tend to delay. And that's why China became sometimes more attractive because it was faster. I'm putting back the question to you, whether as part of what we're trying to do, the institutions like the one you lead are prepared to relook at the time it takes to do projects, and whether those environmental and social regulations are tightening or becoming less tight. It's a very specific question.
Yes, we, as you all know, have very high standards when it comes to the social impact of a project and the environment impact of the project. And in fact, we have reformed our ESF framework over the last few years to do those due diligence in a faster way. That's one of the shifts I actually should mention, in a much faster way, and in a way that also combine the due diligence, with increasing the capacity for implementation by the recipient countries. So that's something we are very conscious of. We are a multilateral organization, subject to scrutiny from all stakeholders, including the NGO.
To turn that vision that President Lorenzo and President Faure Nyaksimbe have outlined into action. How do we mobilize those domestic regional resources to fund infrastructure? We are doing that at Africa 50 already, but we need to do it faster and with a bigger scale. I'll give you one example. When we raised the Africa 50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, it's a $500 million fund. What we decided is to first go and raise money from African investors before we went global. As a result, out of 22 investors that we have in our funds, 20 are Africans. So we have pension fund from Africa, we have sovereign wealth funds, Fondo Soberano is one of our investors, in Togo, Caisse Nationale Sécurité Sociale, CNSS, Lonato. We have African investors backing these funds. It's only $500 million, but we are showing the way how to do this by providing the right instruments for our pension funds, for our sovereign wealth funds to come in. Now, the other instruments on which we are working on, which will also be very good for pension funds, is asset recycling, where we can identify assets which are generating revenues owned by a government, concession those assets so that we can offer to pension funds assets which already have the revenues. It's about us finding the right instrument to mobilize those funds. And we know how to do this. Now what we are trying to do is to scale up, and with institutions sitting at this table with the political will, we can scale up. This is not rocket science. We've shown how to do this. We can do more. Now, final point. We need to significantly increase the volume, the number of bankable projects by allocating more resources to project preparation and project development. Once again, the chairperson of the African Union Commission mentioned the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa. This is a $400 million project development, project preparation fund done together with the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, Africa 50, to prepare projects. We are very pleased that we had support from Africans, but also from non-African investors. I think BMZ is here, KFW was one of the investors, the African Development Bank and others. We need to significantly increase the volume, the resources allocated to project preparation and project development so that we can build those projects. I will final comment. We have very good projects here on the continent. Projects which have impact and financial returns. Just mention one project. It's a fantastic project. The transmission line between Angola, DRC, and Zambia, which President Lorenzo is promoting, which we are very pleased, Africa 50, to be one of the partners together with Fondo Soberano to do. This is a fantastic project. For us, we need to speed up. I'm hoping that we will have clear KPIs in terms of speed. When are we going to deliver? I'm willing to commit my organization, but hopefully others also will commit their organization to move at speed.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much. Maintenant, je vais me retourner vers le ministre Jean-Jacques. Le Congo aussi était un grand supporter de Afrique 50, merci. Mais je vous donne la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président Kabiruka. Je voudrais avant tout joindre ma voix à celle des éminentes personnalités qui sont passées ici au nom du Président de la République du Congo, Son Excellence M. Denis Sassou Nguesso, pour saluer et féliciter le Président de la République d'Angola pour la tenue réussie de ce sommet tant attendu et surtout son leadership sur le développement des infrastructures dans notre continent. On peut féliciter le continent déjà d'avoir mis en place un grand espace, l'espace de libre-échange continental. Et autour de cela, nous devons faire en sorte que les autres cases du puzzle soient remplies. Et c'est pour cela que l'opérationnalisation ou le fait de rendre efficace ces zones de libre-échange commande à ce que les États africains s'intègrent de manière physique, faire en sorte qu'il y ait une véritable intégration physique de nos territoires, qu'on soit à mesure de pouvoir faire le commerce avec les uns et les autres, les pays voisins, et qu'on ne voie pas cette réalité où parfois, pour aller dans un autre pays africain, il faut passer par l'Europe. Et donc, cet effort devrait être fait par, effectivement, créer les conditions de connectivité sur nos territoires. Connectivité de tous les modes de transport, connectivité de l'électricité et connectivité dans les télécommunications et en mettant en place les plateformes qu'il faut, qu'elles soient des transports ou logistiques. C'est vrai que c'est des projets lourds, c'est des projets qui coûtent cher, c'est des projets d'investissement, ce sont des projets structurants, donc coûteux. Le président Fornia Singwe a donné le schéma, le président Lorenzo lui-même a parlé du mécanisme. C'est-à-dire que l'Afrique devrait compter sur elle-même, trouver les ressources nécessaires par le biais des institutions qui sont les nôtres, nos banques de développement, des fonds d'investissement, les fonds souverains, des fonds de retraités et d'autres types de choses. Mais mutualiser, arriver à mettre en forme une plateforme commune pour mutualiser cela et faire en sorte que chaque projet dans un État africain soit le projet de l'Afrique. Et si cela est vu comme ça, et je suis sûr que nous irons de l'avant. Nous avons par exemple en République du Congo, notre pays, au cœur, donc au centre du continent, un projet emblématique qui est un projet du NEPAD, notamment le pont route-rail sur le fleuve Congo, reliant Brazzaville et Kinshasa. Et ce projet, bien que a connu beaucoup de retard, aujourd'hui se met effectivement en marche, en route, et le champion désigné est le président de la République du Congo, le président Denis Sassou Nguesso, qui devra à chaque étape rendre compte et faire le point à ses homologues pour l'avancée de ce projet africain. Et aujourd'hui, autour de ce projet, il va falloir créer les conditions réelles de financement et faire en sorte que l'ensemble des régimes de nos États soient harmonisés, de telle sorte que le commerce et le développement soient facilités à ce niveau. Je pense que entre la République démocratique du Congo et le Congo, nous avons harmonisé tous les régimes fiscaux, douaniers et tout, y compris même l'harmonisation en ce qui concerne nos différentes monnaies pour rendre possible ce schéma et lancer une consultation pour que le constructeur et l'opérateur soient retenus. Autour de la Banque africaine de développement, j'ai vu à l'un de l'autre côté là-bas, Africa 50, il devrait être mis en place des financements nécessaires et avec d'autres partenaires, y compris les secteurs de ceux qui doivent arriver pour rendre opérationnel ce type de projet. Ces projets créent la possibilité de la jonction d'un grand corridor, qui est un corridor de développement qui rend possible le fait de pouvoir partir du nord du continent vers le sud du continent, Tripoli-Windhoek, en passant par N'Djamena, Bangui, Brazzaville, Kinshasa, et allant vers Windhoek et le Cap. Donc ce qui règle en réalité le goulot d'étranglement, ce trou noir qui bloquait cette fluidité au niveau du continent africain. Et vous voyez bien qu'autour de ce pont route-rail, situé sur l'emblématique fleuve Congo, au plein cœur du bassin du Congo, donc le grand massif forestier, pour réguler évidemment tout ce qu'il y a comme aspect climatique du continent, il y a cette ambition de pouvoir rendre navigable le fleuve Congo pour créer les conditions évidemment d'enclaver, de contribuer au désenclavement notamment de l'arrière-pays, que ce soit, mais surtout des pays enclavés, des pays voisins comme la République centrafricaine, en construisant des ponts au pied des ports, je voulais dire, au pied du fleuve, au pied du pont, route et rail, pour pouvoir desservir l'Est de la République démocratique du Congo, et par Kisangani, et par là s'ouvrir vers l'Ouganda et le Kenya, et certainement vers le port de Mombasa, et ce qui donne la possibilité de créer un commerce intra-africain de Mombasa, rejoindre le port de Pointe-Noire par l'intérieur du continent, ou le port de Banana en RDC par l'intérieur du continent. Donc cette grande ambition demande effectivement des financements. Il a été dit ici et répété, c'est 130 milliards de dollars chaque année pour pouvoir développer et investir ces projets de grande envergure dans notre continent. Donc la réalité, la nécessité de mutualiser les efforts au niveau des ressources, au niveau du continent, doit être pris comme une priorité pour pouvoir aller de l'avant. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Jacques. Now, Admasu, I'm going to ask you a delicate question, but I want to ask it because our chair, President Lorenzo, is still here. And it's important we say it in front of our leaders. Part of the problem of African financial institutions is that our countries borrow money from them, they don't pay back. They pay first the African Development Bank, the World Bank, the IMF. They don't pay our institutions. And when it is time for debt restructuring, like now, they are asked to participate in haircuts, not the international financial institutions. I know this is a delicate problem. I'm not putting you on the spot, but I want our leaders to understand that this is a problem. We have a number of financial institutions that have come together, which is very good. IFC, Afrexim Bank, yourselves, many others, Africa Shelter Africa, many others. But what can we do? What can we ask our leaders to do to make sure that our own institutions are strengthened and given greater capacity to mobilize the resources? And then you can say whatever else you want to say. Admas.
Thank you very much, Donald. You've introduced a very interesting angle to our conference, because we've heard in the beginning how everybody is saying African capital must be activated, must be made to work for Africa's real economy. But the truth of the matter is, if African capital is not respected in Africa, it will not have the comfort or the trust, as the chairperson of the African Union said in the beginning. And so you've really highlighted a conundrum that we're facing. I don't think it was done deliberately, but I don't think there's been adequate thought to the matter. I think we've all found ourselves in this situation where, very bizarrely, African capital has been relegated to the bottom of the list. And so when the rest of the world sees African countries sometimes treating African capital with disrespect, they don't have enough confidence in some cases to do what we're all asking should be done. So I think the one thing that needs to be done is Africa needs to be very clear in its own mind that African multilateral financial institutions that are composites of African countries, African sovereign capital, mixed with African pension fund money, African sovereign wealth fund money. If this is combined in an institution or a vehicle that is Pan-African in nature, it needs to count for something. Otherwise, the ratings agencies globally will discount us, as has happened already in the past year or two. But even our own African institutional investors who are watching this conference today, they will say, aha, our capital is safer in Europe. Our capital is safer elsewhere. Because when we put the capital here in Africa, we don't respect it. And so this is a conundrum that we face. We've gone through some very concerted steps through AMFI, working closely with the African Union also to try to get this matter adjusted, because we really do need to fix the narrative. We do need to fix the way we're classified globally. There have been some changes in the narrative around how multilaterals should be structured. These are some new developments that have come out of the global financial architecture. We have understood that as TDB. We have said, all right, if these are new global standards that need to be adhered to, we will do the reforms. We have now reformed internally to meet those new global standards. And now we expect the global financial architecture to at least treat us right. We are sometimes told that you're all African, you don't have enough global capital to become adequately recognized as being a multilateral. And we say, well, maybe you should have picked up the phone and called us, because we would have told you we have Denmark, we have the Gulf countries, and we have China in our shareholding. That counts for non-African capital. But this is the problem with the global financial architecture. We're the last to be called. Assumptions are made about who we are, what we are, and then the decisions are made, and then all of a sudden people recognize that, oh, certain information was not taken into account. Oh, we didn't know, or we didn't understand, or we never actually reached out to you. This is the problem of being invisible and not being involved in the discussions when some of the debt restructurings happen.
Okay, thank you, Admas. I'll be coming later to ask you and Sumaila about this issue that the cost of capital to Africa is higher than it should be, because the international rating agencies consider the risk in Africa so high that we are borrowing several times over what we should be doing, and that is part of the debt crisis. So I'll be coming to you and Sumaila to tell us, because at the African Union, there's an idea floating around that Africa should have its own rating agency. Now, there are many views on this. So I'll be coming back to you, Admasu and Sumaila and African Union Commission. Is the idea of an African rating agency a solution, part of the several solutions? And are we paying more than we should be paying? But that will be for you, Admasu, later. Je viens à Monsieur le ministre du Mozambique. Minister Fernando Rafael. Unfortunately, my Portuguese is still quite bad. I'm working on it. So please, you may speak in your language or speak in English, as you prefer. Please.
Bom, muito obrigado. E permitam-me transmitir as calorosas saudações primeiro de Sua Excelência Daniel Francisco Chapo, Presidente da República de Moçambique, que me incumbiu de representar Moçambique nesta cimeira. E em nome do chefe de Estado moçambicano, uma saudação especial à Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente de Angola, Presidente em exercício da União Africana, Primeira-Dama, pela hospitalidade e liderança na promoção do investimento africano e em infraestruturas. Eu iria fazer aqui uma contextualização em volta do tema que foi aqui apresentado, onde Moçambique reconhece que sem infraestruturas integradas, modernas e resilientes, esta promessa da zona de comércio livre, continental e africana não se concretizará plenamente. porque exige aqui esforço de conectividade física, digital e energética. É por isso que defendemos uma mobilização coordenada da vontade política africana para garantir financiamento previsível e estratégicos para projetos regionais que beneficiam a todos os países, na visão de que temos que ter um compromisso conjunto. E como Moçambique, nós estamos preparados para ter um papel relevante na região, acolhendo zonas econômicas especiais, portos secos e plataformas logísticas que vão servir a região. E também propomos várias parcerias transfronteiriças, a harmonização política que visa uma circulação livre de bens e serviços. Portanto, nesta primeira fase de interação, queria só reafirmar a nossa disponibilidade de cooperar com todos os países irmãos, colocando as infraestruturas ao serviço da integração e do desenvolvimento inclusivo. Então, essa seria a minha primeira intervenção, face às palavras que me deram. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Muito obrigado. That is all the Portuguese I can speak. Now, I'm coming back to you, Sumera, because it's important leaders in this room get it right. Are we borrowing, we as African countries, in the capital markets for our infrastructure, much more expensive than should be borrowing, or the risks are real? If you look at a country like the Sudan, and I come back to you, or Somalia, or a place like this, or the Sahelian region. So are the financial markets reflecting this in the higher premium we pay, and therefore we end up in a debt crisis? Or is there a structural issue? And is the African Rating Agency the solution?
These are very, very good questions, Donald. And they don't have easy, straightforward answers, but I'll provide a perspective to help frame the thought. So, and I'll go with some of the points you raised. For example, you mentioned the initiative of the credit rating agencies, whether it's required or not. I would say yes, it's required, but perhaps not for what we think it will do. It's required because the credit rating process is one that requires information and analysis. And the information we hear from the rating agencies is not always available. And so they assume things, they have anecdotal evidence, and they don't have all the facts. So if we have an agency that is focused on ensuring that we have the right level of information, and we can question methodology used by the credit agencies, that will be helpful. But to think that it would be the one that would provide an alternative rating and the international partners or investors would listen to it is a mistake. Why? Because the rule is that if you have several ratings, the lowest one is always the one that is used. That's the rule. So if we have an African credit rating agency that says you are an A and you have one that says you are a C, the rule for a Nigerian, a Botswanan, an Angolan investor, based on what we have been taught in school, is that we should go with the C rating. That is how we are all taught. So let's understand that. So the issue is not to have our own credit rating agency to give us higher rating. No, it is to work with our governments, our debt management agencies, to have the information that will enable them do proper assessments, to educate the respective debt management agencies and ministers of finance to engage proactively with the rating agencies on the methodology that they're using, which is mostly assumptions. So that needs to change. So we need that information for that. Now to your question about the cost.
The risk, we have some risks, no doubt, but the risks are also overstated. It's overstated because we don't have, the bulk of the savings that is available for our development. I give an example. A central bank deposits its funds with an international bank, and the international bank provides no support for it, none at all. But in other climes, if you have money with a bank, you have some credit attached to it. We don't have that. We go to people, we give them money to hold for us, and then we go back and ask them for the money, and they tell us that we're risky. If we use our savings for our development, our need for their savings will be reduced. Then finally, a key point is if we look at the projects, like projects in energy and transport, that can be easily financed by public-private partnerships or by the private sector, that will reduce the amount of funding that we require, and it will reduce our need to go to the market. If we also increase the value of our exports, we will increase the tax base of the economies, and they will also need to borrow less. So if you export raw materials, let's say $100, and you export a finished good, is $1 billion. If the tax is 10%, you have 100 million from exporting finished goods versus 10 million from exporting raw materials. So the accumulation of those funds would not let you go borrowing all the time.
Okay.
So it's a combination of factors.
Okay. Okay. So maybe before I come to the Minister for Namibia and Sahara and Chad, so I'll go back to you, Commissioner, because for you and Mahmoud, this is a very big issue. It's a big issue in terms of, is Africa being punished by the markets because of perception? And if so, is the African Rate Agency the solution? I think Sumail has just given his view. I think between you and Mahmoud, the NADIS, you have work cut out to do on this issue. Because before our leaders take a measure like this, they'll have full understanding of its implications. Yeah. But before I come to that, Ndiam, I want to come back to you. There's another issue which I think our leaders should know. Because part of the macroeconomic challenges we're having now is that international aid is declining, our domestic resources are also being squeezed, and debt has become expensive, all right? So what do we do? Is the solution fiscal austerity, i.e. squeeze expenditures, or spend on transformational projects which have got long-term payoff, like the Lobito Corridor, for example? I'm back to you.
Thank you very much, Donald. Indeed, that's the reality of the day. I think the best way to manage this is to be selective. I think to be more selective and to be more efficient in project delivery. And I must say that, and this is really a point that is really important to share here, and I'm sure many of my colleagues that are here, partners for development, would agree. In almost all the countries in which we are providing financing, if you look at the portfolio, about a very large share of the project are facing difficulties in their implementation. So the implementation efficiency and effectiveness is a real problem, I think, for delivering services to our population. Most of the time, we're very excited about getting the financing. And I will probably shock many people by saying, I think financing is less of a problem. The bigger problem, I think, is the credibility of the institutions and the effectiveness of implementation of projects. And I can just give you one example of a country where we have finance in partnership with AFDB and others, project in the electricity and the water sector, which was supposed to deliver the services to the population today and to stop the outages and to stop the shortages of water and sanitation and electricity. But because of the delay in the implementation of the project, there were riots in the streets, and that led to a big political problem. Now, the projection is that once these projects are completed in a year's time, all these power outages will stop. But we lost a year because of bureaucratic slowness in implementing the project. So I think when the resources are becoming scarce, really paying more attention on the implementation of existing projects in the portfolio would be really a way to compensate the sort of limited resources. But I must say that at the World Bank, we're trying to, if you look at our IDA resources, which is concessional financing for many African countries, we're really trying to maximize the delivery and the financing of key priority projects to offset the decline in bilateral financing.
Okay, thank you. You can imagine what he's telling me. But I've just negotiated another 10 minutes, it's fine. Now I'll give the floor to the minister from Namibia, and then Jean-Jacques can come. Namibia? Is the minister from Namibia here? Appears on my list for sure. Jean-Jacques, allez-y. But is the minister from Namibia here? And Chad?
What?
And Sarah is there? You know, the line is so long I can't see.
Sorry.
Okay, Sarawi. Okay, Jean-Jacques and then Sarawi.
Okay. Merci.
And then Chad. Chad.
Ouais. Merci beaucoup, Donald. Non, je voudrais simplement dire que, à écouter le chef d'État, c'était suffisamment clair. Les ressources financières peuvent être disponibilisées, donc peuvent être disponibles. Mais au moins pour mettre en place des garanties d'assurance qui peuvent, une fois mutualisées, éradiquer, sinon effacer, c'est cette mauvaise perception du risque qui fait qu'on a toujours un accès difficile aux facilités financières. Et donc, ces conditions peuvent être réglées. Et les ressources naturelles sont en Afrique. Nous devons donc créer les conditions d'une transformation in situ. Les technologies sont disponibles à travers le monde. Et donc, nous devons mettre un accent pour développer la recherche et adapter les technologies à nos réalités pour aller assurer le développement par le bambou. Je prends un exemple simple. Il y a quelques années, il y avait les téléphones fixes. Et dans l'arrière-pays, les téléphones, dans nos arrière-pays, les téléphones fixes n'avaient jamais touché les arrière-pays. Aujourd'hui, il y a les téléphones mobiles, au point où dans les arrière-pays, les gens ne savent pas s'il a existé le téléphone fixe. Parce que l'Afrique a pris les conditions de prendre le développement par le bambou. Donc aujourd'hui, la plupart des pays africains ont 12 mois sur 12 de soleil, par exemple. 12 mois sur 12 de soleil. Et dans certains pays, sinon, beaucoup aussi regorgent un certain nombre de richesses, telles le lithium, nécessaire à la fabrication des batteries. Et donc le continent peut faire un choix avec des directives claires de dire nous fabriquons des batteries, nous stockons l'énergie et nous les apportons là où il faut. Et d'une part, nous pouvons aller vers l'amélioration des conditions de vie dans les milieux ruraux et même urbains à travers cette énergie et opter par exemple pour les déplacements par des véhicules électriques pour lesquels nous possédons ces richesses. Donc les transformer, les développer sur place, à la limite, ceux qui ont les technologies, à la limite, viendront vers nous parce que la matière première est ici. Donc c'est aux dirigeants de mutualiser les efforts et de prendre des directives conséquentes pour le continent et je suis sûr que nous pourrons aller de l'avant et prendre le développement par le bambou.
D'accord. Merci. Merci infiniment. The Minister from Sahrawi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. شكرا جزيلا على إتاحة هذه الفرصة. السيد جواو لورينسو رئيس جمهورية أنغولا، السيدة الأولى لجمهورية أنغولا السيد محمود علي يوسف الأمين العام للاتحاد الإفريقي، السيد عزوز ناصري رئيس مجلس الأمة الجزائري الممثل للرئيس تبون، السيد فوري أياديما رئيس مجلس الدولة لجمهورية التوغو، السادة أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي الوزراء والإطارات في كل
Do you have
المستويات.
interpretation for this? Do you have interpretation for this? Yes, please go ahead.
في البداية أنقل لكم تحيات الرئيس إبراهيم غالي الذي يمثله في هذه الندوة المحترمة والتي تتصادف مع أعياد الذكرى ال50 لاستقلال أنغولا. الجمهورية الصحراوية دولة إفريقية ناشئة وطامحة لا زالت في مسار التحرر والبناء، والشعب الصحراوي والأنغولي شعبين صديقين واجه الكثير من التحديات في مسارهم الكفاحي. كذلك أشكر هيئة التنظيم على اختياري للمشاركة في هذه المناقشة البالغة الأهمية. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، يشكل هذا اللقاء محطة مفصلية في مسار قارتنا نحو تحقيق الرؤية الإفريقية المشتركة، إفريقيا متكاملة متصلة ومزدهرة لعام 2063. فالتكامل القاري اليوم هو ضرورة تنموية وأمنية واقتصادية تمليها التحولات العالمية وتطلعات الشعوب الإفريقية نحو العدالة والازدهار المشترك. لا بد أن نكون واعين بأهمية تحول الاتحاد الإفريقي من اتحاد سياسي إلى تجمع اقتصادي. في هذه الحالة تكون الإرادة السياسية المنسقة هي المفتاح الحقيقي لتسريع تنفيذ منطقة التجارة الحرة القارية الإفريقية وبناء بنية تحتية تربط العواصم والمدن والموانئ والأسواق الإفريقية في شبكة واحدة. غير أن هذه الإرادة كثيرا ما تصطدم بعوائق موضوعية تحول دون تجسيدها الفعلي على الأرض. وفي هذا السياق أريد أن أوضح هذه أو جملة العوائق التي تحول دون تحقيق ذلك. أول هذه العوائق هو ضعف التنسيق بين السياسات الوطنية والقارية، التي تظل معظم الدول الإفريقية أسيرة أولويات داخلية دون ربط واضح بين مخططاتها الوطنية والأجندة القارية المشتركة. والعائق الثاني هو نقص الثقة السياسية والمؤسسية بين الدول، حيث ما زالت آثار عدم احترام الحدود الموروثة عن الاستعمار والنزاعات القديمة تخلق حواجز نفسية واقتصادية تحول دون بناء شراكات حقيقية عابرة للحدود. أما العائق الثالث فهو عجز التمويل وضعف تعبئة الموارد المحلية، إذ في كثير من الحالات تعتمد القارة في تمويل بنيتها التحتية ومشاريعها القارية على الدعم الخارجي أكثر من الاعتماد على صناديقها السيادية ومؤسساتها المالية، وهو ما يحد من استقلال القرار الإفريقي ويؤخر تنفيذ المشاريع الكبرى، إضافة إلى ضعف المؤسسات وبطء تفعيل الاتفاقيات، حيث توقع الاتفاقيات بحماس وتظل تنتظر التطبيق والمتابعة والمساعدة.
شكرا. Maintenant, je donne la parole au ministre du Tchad, notre collègue du Tchad. Allez-y, monsieur le ministre.
Can I just repeat.
Merci beaucoup. Permettez-moi d'abord de transmettre les salutations fraternelles du marshal Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République du Tchad, à son frère, donc président d'Excellence, président de la République de l'Angola, M. Jean Manial. Monsieur le chef d'État, Mesdames, Messieurs les représentants des grandes organisations internationales et financières, Madame la directrice générale de Luanda, NEPAD, je tiens d'abord à remercier très sincèrement les autorités angolaises pour l'accueil fraternel et l'organisation de ces grands sommets stratégiques dans un contexte où l'Afrique et nos pays respectifs en particulier font face aux défis majeurs dans le domaine des infrastructures. En tant que ministre des Infrastructures, je suis ici pour témoigner une conviction, le développement durable, inclusif et souverain de nos nations passe forcément le financement et le développement des infrastructures résilientes, modernes, durables et surtout interconnectées. Mon pays, le Tchad, est un pays sans littoral, géographiquement au cœur de l'Afrique, qui met en œuvre la politique quinquennale du marshal Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République, chef de l'État, la construction de 7000 km de routes, toutes catégories confondues, d'ici 2029. Cette position stratégique est devenue, je dirais, à la croisée des grands chemins, des grands corridors transafricains, notamment l'axe Dakar à Djibouti, Freetown à Tripoli. Donc, cette position naturelle entre le nord, le sud, le centre et de l'ouest du continent, donc tous les grands corridors transafricains passent par le Tchad. Principalement, nous sommes en train de développer en partenariat avec nos partenaires 4 grands corridors transafricains, à savoir le corridor Tchad, la République centrafricaine, Congo, ou la partie tchadienne qui fait 125 km. Le deuxième corridor que nous développons actuellement en cours d'exécution, le corridor appelé la route transsaharienne, Djamena, Niamey, Alger, pour s'ouvrir à l'océan Méditerranée et à la fois Niamey, Bamako, Ouagadougou, Bamako, Dakar, n'est-ce pas, pour s'ouvrir à l'océan Atlantique. Ça, c'est le deuxième corridor à développer. Le troisième nouveau corridor que nous sommes en train de développer, c'est le corridor Tchad-Libye-Égypte. À la fois, ça va régler, je dirais, le problème, la connexion à travers l'Égypte sur le port de Safaga à la mer Rouge, et aussi pour viser le port de Benghazi et Misrata. Donc c'est le même corridor qui joue deux rôles. Et le dernier nouveau corridor que nous voudrions développer, c'est le corridor Tchad-Nigeria via le lac Tchad. Parce que c'est vrai que c'est un projet que nous n'avons pas encore des études économiques, mais c'est un axe aussi stratégique via le lac Tchad.
Très bien.
Nous sommes en train d'aller vers la table ronde dans le cadre du plan national de développement qui se tiendra le 10 novembre 2025 à Abu Dhabi, et avec plus de 10 projets structurants, parmi lesquels les 4 corridors que nous venons de citer sont bien insérés.
Okay.
Donc, en conclusion, je pense qu'aucun pays ne peut se développer en solo, et tous ces corridors sont à travers une vision intersectorielle. Il y a le chemin de fer, il y a la fibre optique, il y a l'énergie, il y a l'aménagement hydro-agricole. Donc, tous les pays, nous devons conjuguer les efforts en partenariat avec nos partenaires techniques et financiers, dans un premier temps pour développer des corridors transafricains.
Merci beaucoup.
Donc, je pense que l'ensemble, on peut agir au lieu de faire de longs discours. Je pense que c'est le moment d'agir. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Look, we're running out of time. This is a problem, and it's never easy to have a panel of 9 distinguished people on an important subject as this. There are many things we could have discussed. Data centers. We're talking about digital revolution, but where are the data centers in Africa? And who says data centers means the energy? We have the highest number of countries who are landlocked, and hence the corridors. So this is a very complex subject, but we don't have enough time. And the interest of respect to our leaders who have been here all morning, I'm going to ask each of you just for 1 minute. If there is one thought you want to leave behind here, what would it be? Just one thought, and please, 1 minute. And I'll begin with you, Admasu.
Well, Donald, I'll keep it very quick, and I'll just say that when we talk about Pan-African ratings, I think we should all bear in mind that there are already ratings that exist in a number of African countries before we went to the Pan-African side. Just to give a practical example, we have ratings in Mauritius, we have ratings in Kenya, and on the basis of those ratings, we have been quite successful in raising funds in these African money centers. And so sometimes the conversation takes a little bit of a philosophical or global political perspective, but there is a very real aspect of having ratings in alternative money centers. We've now gotten ratings in Japan so that we can raise Japanese yen funding on affordable terms. We've done the same thing in China. We have a rating there so that we can raise panda bonds. So this whole discussion around ratings, we should remember 4 trillion of African capital is here. African capital will be able to pay attention to African ratings. It doesn't always have to be continental. It could be the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and the others that I've mentioned. So I'll just leave it at that. There's value from having diversified ratings. And let's remember one thing, that it's not just information and analysis, it's judgment. There's a judgment part of ratings, and this is where I think this kind of engagement helps, because there's something called policy importance. That is part of the ratings exercise, and if we don't give enough recognition to the policy importance of African institutions, we will be downgraded.
Okay. That was not 1 minute, Admasu, but it's fine. And your neighbor, Alain?
Is it me? Okay. Sorry, I think just one idea. We've started raising money from African institutional investors. I mentioned our $500 million funds. By the end of next year, we want to raise another $1 billion from African investors, just to show that we can raise money from African investors to deploy into Africa infrastructure. The other thing that I want to leave this conference with is that I'm hoping that we can achieve financial close for the Angola, DRC, Zambia transmission line project. Let's say, I want to say by the end of 2026, but President Lorenzo will probably ask me to do it faster. But we need to get to financial close and start construction by the end of next year. That's it.
Very good. Your neighbor? Just 1 minute, if you have something you wish to say.
Sim, muito obrigado pela palavra. Queria só reforçar que com a escassez de recursos devemos sim, como África, olhar para dentro de nós, a necessidade de priorizar projetos com impacto social e econômico, ter políticas claras de benefício mútuo para a materialização da agenda do nosso continente. Para esta cimeira, Moçambique traz consigo uma carteira de 62 projetos avaliados em 2 mil milhões de dólares, mesmo para partilhar com os financiadores e com o fórum no geral, dado a essa necessidade de trazer projetos que possam garantir a conectividade na África. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Jim?
Thank you very much, Donald. I would like to just convey a sense of optimism because what I'm seeing is clarity on the vision. I'm also seeing the African institution, financial institution being organized. I work with Alain and Admasu and many others. I think it's very exciting, and we are partnering and using each other's strengths to deliver on the ground. And I was very inspired by a conversation I had with the African Union chairperson on what African Union wants to do. And I think that clarity of the vision and the determination of Africans to really address the challenges that we face gives me optimism. And when I look at our pipeline in every country we work in, I think we are really focusing on the right things. Now the challenge, I think, and my appeal to African leaders here is to help us really get the bureaucracy of project implementation be more efficient and more effective to really reach the population faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jean-Jacques?
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que que ce soit le NEPAD, le PIDA, les projets structurants du continent sont connus, ils existent, ils sont mis en place, certains sont étudiés, d'autres attendent les études. On devrait effectivement mettre un accent sur la mise en place de ce mécanisme, le rendre effectif et créer les conditions pour mutualiser les financements autour des bailleurs, qu'ils soient africains ou extérieurs, pour rendre possible ce portefeuille pour le développement du continent. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Notre collègue du Tchad, Ndeniemo, une minute.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que, je disais tout à l'heure que tous les projets structurants, je pense que notamment les corridors régionaux sont prioritaires, couplés avec des projets de chemin de fer. Et aussi les travaux connexes comme des pistes rurales. Je pense que ce sont des infrastructures petites en taille, mais qui doivent connecter, n'est-ce pas, le monde rural aux grands centres d'agglomération. Je pense que c'est des projets importants qui doivent être couplés. Le Tchad, mon pays, a fait donc des exemples, n'est-ce pas, de projets structurants et surtout connectés avec des pistes rurales. Et deuxièmement, ce que je voudrais dire, c'est que le corridor transafricain, je pense que les partenaires techniques et financiers, s'ils peuvent déjà financer, n'est-ce pas, les études sur les macro-projets, parce que généralement, les ressources propres, c'est-à-dire les réseaux propres de nos pays, ne permettent pas de financer les études aussi sur plusieurs projets à la fois. Et alors que ces projets sont extrêmement importants, je pense que c'est le lieu de peut-être demander à tous les partenaires techniques et financiers d'accompagner les États, surtout dans la réalisation des études sur les projets structurants, notamment les corridors. Donc ça, c'est des choses que je voudrais juste ajouter.
Merci. Merci. Commissioner Loreto, what big message you would like to leave to us and to the leaders here?
Thank you. I'll start by saying that we cannot talk about the Africa that we want without first building the infrastructure that we need. And for us to do so, we're going to have to make sure that we inculcate two principles as a collective, as government, as the AUC, as private sector, and external partners. One, we need to have African content in our processes, in our infrastructure project rollout. African content meaning African financing, African skills, African innovation as primary, and we crowd in other partners as required. That's one. Two, we need to advance African projects that stimulate industrialization so that we can be judged on how we have actually industrialized this continent. So we don't just build infrastructure for its own sake. It must lead to Africa's industrial renaissance, and therein also supporting the African continental free trade ambitions.
Sumaila, you have the last word.
So, African leaders have created African multilateral financial institutions. Use us to channel African savings to African transformation that creates jobs. We need to focus on how we can transform our resources to industries that create jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can imagine what she's telling me. So, colleagues, okay, Sahrawi, if it is really urgent and important, big message, you have the floor. We're really running behind time, with my apologies. 1 minute and one only point.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا. بلد الجمهورية الصحراوية مؤمن بضرورة التكامل الإفريقي باعتباره حلم الأجيال، ويؤمن بأن مشروع التكامل الاقتصادي الإفريقي لن يكتمل دون احترام إرادة الشعوب الإفريقية في الانعتاق والتحرر السياسي وتقرير المصير. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for your enormous contribution, and I thank the audience and our leaders for being patient with us. This is a very big subject, and I want to leave with you three thoughts on this issue of infrastructure. Number one, I think it is President Foreign Simba again who said it. Infrastructure is only a means. It's a means to an end. The end is trade and investment. So building infrastructure alone without enabling trade and investment does not do it. That's number one. Number two, there will be infrastructure which will always require public money. That is by nature of things. And there will be infrastructure which private sector can do, and they don't need public money, but only if conditions are in place. And then there is a whole range of things in between. And this is what you have to work at. The third point I want to leave with you here is that the difference between Africa, India, and China, there are many differences, but there is one big one. And I'm happy to see President Yusuf in this room. China's size is 30% of Africa. China is 30% of Africa in size. India is 10% of Africa in size. 10%. But all these three continents is about 1.4 billion people. But the difference is China is one country, India is one country, we are over 50 countries. There's one big difference. And China is one market, India is one market, we are 54 plus markets trying to integrate. And so infrastructure here comes with a very high premium. And this is why I was saying that it might be necessary sometimes to do things which enable transformational projects to come into place, even if they don't pay off immediately. A corridor like Lobito Corridor will pay off in due course. In the short term, it might cause some macroeconomic difficulties, but it will pay off in due course, if well done. And that is my last point. When I was at the African Development Bank, we did a study on the cost of doing infrastructure in Africa. At the time, 1 kilometer of road, 8 meters, would be about $1 million. But we find it in the region, for example, in Central Africa, not here, Mr. President, in other parts of Central Africa, the cost of 1 kilometer of 8 meters could go up to $2 million. $2 million. So it range between $1 million, $2 million. Now, there are reasons for that. But what was more of concern was poor maintenance, which means that every 8 years, every 10 years, you have to redo the same things. And so there is building things, there is maintaining things, there's making them resilient, making them usable, and always targeting to the African Continental Free Trade Area. But that is the objective. That's how our 54 countries become one market. And finally, I would like, Mahmoud, during your tenure at the African Union, to come back to this issue of a common aviation space, the Yamoussoukro Agreement, so that our small airlines can fly all over the place. It will reduce the cost of flying by 40%. And that does not require additional infrastructure. But these are things which are all in the PIDA, in the plans of the AU. We have work to do. Again, I want to end with a word of optimism. Mr. President, to say that your own country is an example of why we should be optimistic. Some people forget that Angola, if my history is right, in its first 30 years of independence, did not have a peaceful period. So everything they have done in the last 25 years, but I can see how much they have done in 25 years. So we can do quite a lot if we put our heads together. So I want to thank you and thank the audience. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Muito obrigada a todos os membros deste painel e também agradecendo ao moderador, Donald Kaberuka, que é presidente da Southbridge. Faremos agora uma pausa para o almoço, que será servido na área designada. Recordamos que ao longo da tarde terão lugar novas sessões de trabalho nesta mesma sala, bem como em outras tendas temáticas instaladas neste recinto. Salientamos que no período da tarde serão assinados 3 memorandos de entendimento entre a Aliança das Instituições Financeiras, AMFI, e da Audanepad, um segundo também entre a Audanepad e a Qatar Energy, e igualmente um outro entre a Audanepad e a Associação Africana de Segurança Social, ASSA. Entre os 3 instrumentos de cooperação que serão assinados esta tarde, gostaríamos de destacar o primeiro, entre a AMFI e a Audanepad, este memorando de entendimento que envolve um investimento de elevado montante, sublinhando assim a confiança das partes e a relevância estratégica desta parceria. As atividades prosseguirão também amanhã, com painéis dedicados à cooperação regional, ao investimento e à mobilização de capital para as infraestruturas. Agradeço a vossa presença, pontualidade no regresso. Muito obrigada. Bon appétit.
Alô, muito boa tarde. Caros participantes, gostaríamos de solicitar que se mobilizem para o local de almoço, por favor. Local de almoço. Obrigada.
He's not here, you know, no? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Excellencies present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly have your attention? All protocols observed.
former Under Secretary General of the UN.
Former
Under Secretary General.
Undersecretary. And what do you say Undersecretary means?
USG.
Let me show you.
Across Africa, a transformative journey is unfolding, one that aims to connect nations, empower communities, and unlock potential. This is the vision of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. In harmony with the African Union's Agenda 2063, PIDA envisions a continent crisscrossed and seamlessly connected by a web of world-class infrastructure. To drive sustainable growth, PIDA is focusing on 4 critical sectors: transport, energy, water, and information technology. From highways and railways to air and sea transport, PIDA is reshaping the way people and goods move.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I have your attention, please?
PIDA has paved the way for a
Could I ask everyone to please take our seats? We're ready to begin, so let's please take our seats. My name is Rita Babihuga Nsanze, and I have the great pleasure and honor of taking us through the MOU signings for this part of the program. So this morning we heard powerful messages of commitment and vision from our distinguished leaders and partners. And now is the time to move from words into action. So this afternoon we will be signing several memoranda of understanding between key African institutions, and I will announce the signings one by one. The first MOU is between AMFI, the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, and AUDA NEPAD. So if I could just ask the representatives to come up on stage. We already have Her Excellency Madam Bekele Nardos, the Chief Executive Officer of AUDA NEPAD, and representing AMFI will be Mr. Admasud Tadese, President and Managing Director, Trade and Development Bank. Yes. And I'll just ask the other AMFI members to come up. I can see them walking up to the stage already. We have Mr. Tierno Habib Han, the Managing Director and CEO of Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Mr. Chandi Mwenebungu, Managing Director and Treasurer of Afrexim Bank. We have the Secretary, the Acting Executive Secretary, AMFI Secretariat, Mr. Babajide Sodipo. The signing between AMFI and Auda NEPAD marks a major step towards operationalizing the African Union Development Fund, a vision first championed under the leadership of President João Lourenço. Through this partnership, Auda NEPAD and the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions will establish a transitional infrastructure financing facility to mobilize over $1.5 billion for priority projects under Agenda 2063. It reflects Africa's growing capacity to finance its own development, strengthen financial sovereignty, and accelerate continental integration. Let's give them a hand of applause, please. Okay, so if I could just ask the second group of MOU signatories to start making their way up to the stage. This MOU is between Fundo Soberano de Angola, FSDEA, with TDB Group, Trade and Development Bank Group. So let's witness the signing between the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Angola, FSDEA, and Trade and Development Bank Group. So representing the two signatories, we have the TDB chairman, President Mr. Admasu Tadese, Group President and Managing Director. And then we've got the chairman of SDEA, Mr. Armando Manuel. The Memorandum of Understanding establishes the Angola Export and Trade Development Facility, a new platform to stimulate exports, attract investment, and advance Angola's industrial transformation. By combining FSDA's sovereign capital with TDB Group's regional expertise and financial strength, this partnership will mobilize funding for strategic sectors such as agro-industry, logistics, and manufacturing. It marks a milestone in Angola's diversification journey and a powerful example of regional cooperation driving Africa's trade and development. Thank you. Next up, we have the Africa Social Security Association and Auda NEPAD. So the two signatories for this Memorandum of Understanding are Her Excellency Madame Bekele Thomas, the CEO of Auda NEPAD, and Mr. Mesach Bandawe, the Secretary General of ASA, the Africa Social Security Association. This MOU establishes a new framework for collaboration to unlock the potential of Africa's social security and pension funds for infrastructure financing. Through this partnership, both institutions will advance the creation of an infrastructure development fund for Africa, strengthen project preparation, and promote regulatory reforms that enable African capital to drive the continent's transformation. It is a landmark step toward mobilizing domestic resources and accelerating the goals of Agenda 2063. A hand of applause, please. Thank you. Last but not least, we have an MOU between Qatar Energy and Auda NEPAD. This will be the final signing for today, and representing Auda NEPAD is Her Excellency Madame Bekele Thomas, the CEO, and representing Qatar Energy, we have Madame Vanessa Baldwin, who's the CEO and Director. This MOU marks a bold step toward accelerating Africa's green energy transformation. It establishes the Africa Green Transition PPP Fund, a catalytic vehicle targeting an initial $500 million endowment to mobilize both public and private investment in renewable energy, cross-border interconnections, and climate-aligned industrialization. The partnership stands as a clear symbol of Africa's determination to move from planning to implementation in building a sustainable energy future. Okay, a hand of applause, please. That brings us to the end of our MOU signing ceremony. Thank you everybody for your kind attention. And with that, I think we're going to have a group family photograph. Applause. May I invite the rest of the signatories back to the stage for a family photo? Okay, and maybe the audience can manage one last round of applause for everybody. Very nice. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of the MOU signing ceremony. I've been Rita Babihugan-Sanze from the Africa Finance Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita. Ora bem, depois destes 4 memorandos, vamos voltar à sessão com diálogo de alto nível. É a segunda parte, o segundo segmento, o segundo painel. E para isso tenho a honra de chamar Mr. Abdul Gassim Wane, antigo secretário-geral adjunto das Nações Unidas. Ele vai ser o moderador do painel. Deixo-vos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I have the privilege of moderating this panel. Let me call the panelists, because we don't have much time to get this done. President Mahamadou Issoufou, champion of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. Wamkele Mene, Secretary General of the AFCFTA, Mr. Déthié Fall, Minister of Infrastructure of Senegal, Mr. Ali Mohamed Omar, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Somalia. I don't see him. Mr. Ali Mohamed Omar, is he around? Okay. Mrs. Maropene Ramok Goba, Minister in the Presidency responsible for planning, monitoring and evaluation, South Africa. Welcome, Madam Minister. Mr. Odongo J.J. Abu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda. Mr. J.J. Abu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda. I don't see him. Mr. Charles Milupi, Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, Zambia. Mr. Charles Milupi. Okay, very good. Welcome, Minister. Mr. Jimmy Gasore, Minister of Infrastructure, Rwanda. Welcome. Madame Sylvie Baipo-Temon, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Francophonie, and Central African citizens living abroad, Central African Republic. Madam Minister Sylvie Baipo-Temon. Mr. Kan Duns, Director General for International Partnerships, European Commission. Kun Duns. And Mr. Kierno Habib Ann, Managing Director, Shelter Africa Development Bank. Kierno Habib Ann. Thank you. Good. Not all the panelists are around, so that may give you more time to elaborate on your contributions. I have the privilege of moderating this panel. I will obviously build on the discussions of the last panel, which was moderated by Mr. Kaberuka. Some of the questions I will raise may seem familiar, even though I may formulate them a bit differently, but they all point to one challenge. Okay. The ministers representing the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, and other ministers who are in the room, could you please join the panel? Ministers of DRC, Rwanda, and other ministers who may be in the room, please join the panel. Yeah, Rwanda is here. Okay, fantastic. Welcome, sir. Good. So I was saying that the questions I'd be raising may seem familiar, even though I may formulate them differently. Bottom line, they all relate to one challenge: how do we turn commitments into action? I think that's the issue. Now we have, how many panel members here? 6 panel members or 5, and we have only 1 hour to get the debate through, and it means we have to manage the discussion very strictly, and I count on all of you to be as concise and as precise as you could to allow us to hear from different perspectives so we can leave Luanda with few actionable commitments. The issue at hand has been laid down very well this morning in the speeches made by the presidents. Africa has a huge financial gap when it comes to funding its infrastructure, yet we do have the resources through our pension funds and our sovereign wealth funds. And here is the paradox: we are not poor in capital, we seem to be poor in confidence in our systems, in our institutions, and perhaps in our ability to deliver. And I hope that our discussion would help in turning that paradox into a purpose. How do we commit to the practical steps that would make it possible for Africa to finance its development? And what I intend to do is first to give the floor to former President Mahamadou Issoufou to make few remarks, and then I have a round of questions for the members of the panel, asking each of you in 3 or 4 minutes to respond to those questions. Then we'll have another round of questions before we conclude the discussion. With this, let me give the floor to former President Mahamadou Issoufou for his opening remarks. You have the floor. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Iwan. Mesdames et messieurs, l'agenda 2063 a défini l'Afrique que nous voulons au moment où nous fêterons le premier centenaire de la création de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine. Notre ambition est claire. Faire de l'Afrique, à cette date, un continent stable, uni, en paix et développé, avec une croissance économique forte. Le taux de croissance moyen annuel devant atteindre 7%, à travers la mise en œuvre de 5 plans décennaux. Mais cet objectif de 7% est un peu dépassé, compte tenu du fait qu'il y a eu des contre-performances pendant la première décennie. On n'a pas réalisé 7% de taux de croissance. Donc pour le reste de la période qui nous sépare de 2063, il faut un taux de croissance plus fort. C'est ce que montrent les formules que nous avons élaborées dans le cadre d'une étude, d'une réflexion qui a été faite pour le Sahel, les formules d'émergence et de développement. Ces formules montrent que désormais, il nous faut un taux de croissance de 8% pour réaliser les objectifs de l'agenda 2063. Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous le savez, le premier plan décennal 2013-2022 a été conçu avec des projets phares comme faire taire les armes avant 2020, la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, le passeport africain et la libre circulation des personnes, le marché unique du transport aérien, le plan de développement des infrastructures en Afrique, PIDA, qui est objet du présent sommet, notamment le réseau intégré des trains à grande vitesse et le barrage hydroélectrique du Grand Yenga, le plan du développement agricole de l'Afrique, le plan d'investissement industriel de l'Afrique et la vision minière africaine ainsi que les institutions financières panafricaines. Implicitement, ces projets devraient permettre de s'attaquer à 2 obstacles. Le premier obstacle, c'est l'échange inégal. Et le deuxième obstacle, c'est l'inéquité de l'architecture financière internationale. Ces projets forment un tout cohérent. La cadence de leur exécution devrait être homogène. Malheureusement, ce n'est pas le cas, comme le montre le bilan de la première décennie. La zone de libre-échange continentale africaine est, de loin, le projet le plus avancé, en grande partie grâce à sa mise en œuvre. Les échanges commerciaux entre pays africains ont atteint en 2023 192 milliards de dollars, marquant une augmentation de 7,2% par rapport à 2022. Cette tendance s'est poursuivie en 2024 avec une hausse de 12,4%, portant le volume des échanges à 220 milliards de dollars. Néanmoins, le commerce intra-africain est encore en deçà des 20% de notre commerce total. Nous sommes loin de réaliser le potentiel de transformation de la ZLECAf en raison du retard enregistré dans la réalisation des autres projets, notamment en raison du retard dans la réalisation du PIDA, dont les objectifs, comme vous le savez, sont l'amélioration de l'intégration régionale dans la perspective de l'intégration continentale et la stimulation de la croissance économique à travers la promotion du commerce intra-africain et la création d'emplois. Les secteurs prioritaires identifiés sont bien sûr les routes régionales, notamment le réseau des autoroutes transafricaines, les chemins de fer, les aéroports, les ports, en vue de promouvoir les chaînes d'approvisionnement régionales solides. Ici, en y ajoutant le numérique, l'approche par corridor fut retenue pour mieux connecter les producteurs au marché et les entrepreneurs aux clients. Malheureusement, des missions d'évaluation en Afrique de l'Ouest, en Afrique centrale, en Afrique de l'Est, en Afrique du Nord et dans les pays insulaires, il ressort que la plupart des corridors souffrent notamment d'une insuffisance d'infrastructures. En particulier, les investissements dans les chemins de fer sont très insuffisants. Or, sans chemin de fer, point de développement. Mesdames et messieurs, naturellement, l'eau et l'énergie constituent d'autres secteurs prioritaires du PIDA. Permettez-moi d'insister sur le secteur de l'énergie. L'électricité coûte relativement trop cher en Afrique, constituant ainsi un obstacle, entre autres, à la promotion des chaînes de valeur. Maintenant, l'Afrique, dans le pacte colonial, qui en fait un simple réservoir de matières premières, le coût moyen du kilowattheure est en effet de 0,14 $ en Afrique, alors qu'il n'est que de 0,05 $ en Asie du Sud-Est, soit 3 fois moins cher. Pourtant, nous disposons de sources d'énergie bon marché. Il est dommage qu'aucune étude n'ait été entreprise au niveau continental, classant les sources d'énergie, hydroélectricité, uranium, soleil, vent, gaz, charbon, fioul, par ordre croissant de coûts permettant la planification de leur exploitation en commençant des sources les moins chères vers les sources les plus chères. De la même façon, il n'y a point de développement sans chemin de fer. Le développement est impossible sans électricité. Le bilan du plan d'action prioritaire du PIDA 2011-2020 montre donc qu'en dépit des efforts réalisés, le déficit en infrastructure demeure important, réduisant la croissance économique de 2% et la productivité de 40%. Mesdames et messieurs, dans le cadre du deuxième plan d'action prioritaire du PIDA 2021-2030, une liste de projets a été établie. Comme pour le premier plan, le défi majeur pour sa mise en œuvre demeure celui du financement. La BAD estime le déficit du financement des infrastructures à plus de 100 milliards de dollars par an. Comment mobiliser ces ressources financières qui nous manquent? Nous proposons que les États consacrent 12% de leurs dépenses budgétaires aux infrastructures. Et dans cette perspective, les États doivent créer les conditions d'une restructuration de leur économie en créant des chaînes de valeur pour une croissance plus forte surtout que l'Afrique, comme vous le savez, possède des ressources, des réserves de certaines ressources naturelles, comme le platine, le chrome, le cobalt. Elle a le quasi-monopole de ces ressources. Donc les États, pour accroître les chaînes de valeur, doivent collectivement décider d'imposer un niveau de transformation de ces produits à hauteur de 60% de la valeur du produit final. Ça, c'est une proposition forte qui permettra de créer des richesses sur la base desquelles on peut mobiliser l'impôt. La deuxième proposition, c'est que les États doivent accroître la mobilisation des ressources internes. Le taux de pression fiscale, comme on le sait, le taux de pression fiscale moyen en Afrique est de 16%. 16%, c'est trop faible, surtout quand on compare aux 34% en moyenne des pays de l'OCDE. Nos États doivent donc renforcer leur capacité à lever l'impôt et porter le taux de pression fiscale entre 20 et 25% du PIB. Ils doivent contribuer au renforcement des institutions financières panafricaines et à la mutualisation de leurs capacités. Par exemple, les États doivent prendre des mesures réglementaires encourageant les investisseurs institutionnels, comme les fonds de pension dont on a parlé ce matin, et les assurances, à soutenir la capitalisation des institutions de développement panafricaines comme Afreximbank ou le FSA. Un partenariat pour le développement des infrastructures peut être établi entre ces institutions et les États. Du reste, dans cette perspective, un protocole d'accord a été signé en août 2025 entre le secrétariat de la ZLECAf et la Banque africaine de développement, l'Africa 50, l'ODA-NEPAD, pour développer les infrastructures stratégiques. Par ailleurs, je vais bientôt finir, les institutions financières panafricaines actuelles doivent mutualiser leurs moyens, leurs capacités. Des initiatives comme l'Alliance des institutions financières multilatérales africaines doivent être encouragées. Les projets de création de la Bourse panafricaine des valeurs et même, pourquoi pas, du Fonds monétaire africain doivent être accélérés. Les États doivent créer, bien sûr, un climat favorable aux affaires, attirer les investissements directs étrangers et promouvoir les partenariats publics-privés. Ils doivent aussi participer au combat pour la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale. Dans le cadre de cette architecture financière qui est inéquitable, les agences de notation évaluent et notent la solvabilité de l'emprunteur. Ils en ont parlé ce matin au panel. Et je pense que pour l'Afrique, la sévérité de l'évaluation et de notation des agences de notation crée un biais, amenant les investisseurs à avoir une perception du risque supérieure au risque réel. Ces agences sont critiquées d'ailleurs pour leur dépendance, pour leur partialité, pour leur manque d'objectivité et leur opacité dans le cadre de l'évaluation des risques. Selon que vous soyez riche ou pauvre, vous êtes noté AAA ou D. Du reste, de quelle crédibilité peuvent-elles se prévaloir alors qu'elles n'ont jamais prévu ni les faillites des pays d'Amérique latine dans les années 1980, ni la crise asiatique de 1997-1998, ni la faillite d'Enron en 2001, ni la crise des subprimes en 2008. Leur erreur de jugement ne justifie plus leur statut d'oracle tout-puissant. Leurs estimations des risques sont faites en réalité pour transférer les richesses des pays pauvres vers les pays riches à travers les taux d'intérêt usuraires. La réforme donc de l'architecture financière internationale est indispensable. Il faut que les États se battent pour ça et ça comprend également, y compris la réforme du FMI. Sans infrastructure, pas de développement. Permettez-moi de paraphraser un grand homme d'État qui dit « le développement, c'est le chemin de fer plus l'électricité ». Oui, l'électricité à bon marché est nécessaire pour être compétitif et produire à moindre coût, tandis que le chemin de fer permet de transporter à moindre coût. 37 ans nous séparent de l'anniversaire du premier centenaire de la création de l'OUA. Mettre en œuvre de manière harmonieuse tous les projets de l'agenda 2063, réaliser le plein potentiel de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, c'est-à-dire substituer au maximum le commerce intra-africain au commerce avec le reste du monde, c'est enrichir l'Afrique. C'est réaliser l'Afrique que nous voulons. Mais comment enrichir l'Afrique? Comment promouvoir le commerce sans faire taire les armes? Comment promouvoir le commerce pendant que le Sahel, le bassin du lac Tchad, la Corne de l'Afrique agonisent sous le coup sous la botte terroriste? Pendant que la Libye se tribalise et que les Soudanais s'étripent dans la pire des guerres, la guerre civile, pendant que le feu couvre toujours dans la région des Grands Lacs et que les terroristes se préparent à déferler dans le golfe de Guinée. Il est urgent, après le présent sommet, que soit organisé un sommet sur la paix et la sécurité en Afrique. Voilà le commentaire que me suscite votre question. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Merci. D'accord.
Yeah, it works, yeah. Thank you so much to the President for his statement. I will have the opportunity of asking additional clarifications. In the meantime, I would like really to turn to the representatives of the member states who are on this panel, because you're key to whatever we do in terms of infrastructure. And I have two questions for you. And I would like you to answer those two questions in 5 minutes each, not more than that. I know it's quite short. And let me just quickly read them. Question number one, since the OAU days, that's about 6 decades ago, our leaders have endorsed so many visionary blueprints. We have the Abuja Treaty, we have the AFCFTA, we have the Single African Air Transport Market, the Protocol on Free Movement, the PIDA, the 5% Agenda. But the reality is, in spite of the progress, implementation is lagging behind rhetoric. Now, as we discuss a compact for Africa-initiated infrastructure, Africa-financed infrastructure, I really would like to hear from you, why should this time be different? Why this time? Why should this time be different? And what concrete shifts in leadership, in incentives, in accountability are needed to ensure that this initiative of funding Africa's infrastructure does not join the long list of unmet commitments? Question number one. Question number two. Many, including this morning, when the head of state spoke, argued, and rightly so, that the global environment leaves us with no choice but to rely on ourselves as Africans. Yet, as I observe, I see more enthusiasm from our countries, from our head of states, for summit with partners in Japan or elsewhere than for our own summit at the AU. We have more African head of states attending summit with partners than African head of states attending their own summit at the AU. And I'm sure many young people looking at you would ask, how do we make the AU and continental coordination more broadly the primary arena where African states align on financing their development, the place where our leaders debate, decide, and act together? And what would it take politically to make self-reliance more than a slogan? These are the two questions I have for you, because fundamentally, as the chairperson of the Commission stated this morning, the issue of financing our development is not a financial issue, it's fundamentally a political issue. And that's why I'm putting those two questions to you. Later on, I'll come back to the Secretary General of the CFTA to speak, but in the meantime, for now, I would like to hear from member states. I'll start from my right. Minister, 5 minutes.
Merci. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de transmettre mes salutations les plus chaleureuses et mes respects à tous ceux et toutes celles qui sont présents dans cette salle. Transmettre les mêmes salutations à mes collègues ici présents. Je trouve la question très intéressante et très pertinente. La première réponse, vous l'avez amenée, en plus des décisions qui ont été prises lors des différents sommets, il s'agit ici d'application d'une volonté politique des différents dirigeants. Si la volonté suit, partant d'une prise de conscience nette d'un environnement évolutif qui ne nous laisse pas de grandes marges de manœuvre, avec une population beaucoup plus exigeante parce que jeune. N'oublions pas que le continent africain est, en termes de démographie, composé de 1,55 milliard d'habitants, dont l'âge médian est de 19 ans, comparé en Europe qui est de 38 ans et en Asie de l'Est de 42 ans. Cette population jeune devient de plus en plus exigeante. Et donc, si les dirigeants africains prennent conscience de cela, il leur sera très facile de poser les jalons du présent pour garantir un avenir à ces jeunes. Et tout le monde sait que l'avenir ne peut pas se construire sans des infrastructures durables qui permettront de connecter l'Afrique et de pouvoir disposer de son potentiel dans une dynamique unitaire, dans une dynamique concertée, connectée. Et c'est en ce moment que nous allons constituer un marché et nous allons compter avec ces évolutions que nous connaissons. Et le constat est là, ceux qui se sont succédés tout à l'heure l'ont nettement dit. Le besoin de financement est énorme. Il y en a même qui parlent entre 360 à 400 milliards de dollars par an. Les investissements faits pour le moment entre 190 et 230 milliards de dollars par an et déficit entre 180 et 170, entre 130 et 170 milliards de dollars par an. Mais ce qui est la bonne nouvelle, c'est que nous constituons un continent riche, très riche au sous-sol. Mais j'ai l'habitude de dire qu'il demeure pauvre et endetté au sol. Il s'agira d'être dans des programmes qui permettront de traduire la réalité du sous-sol au sol. Et ce n'est pas compliqué. Quand je prends l'exemple du Sénégal, nous avons dernièrement travaillé dans un plan de redressement économique et social sous la vision du président Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, qui vous adresse ses salutations et ses respects, et sous l'impulsion du Premier ministre Ousmane Sonko, afin de partir de ressources endogènes pour pouvoir financer les infrastructures. Et aujourd'hui, dans le budget du Sénégal, plus de 1448 milliards sont mobilisés pour les investissements dans la loi des finances initiale de 2026 pour non seulement permettre en profondeur de régler la connectivité, mais dans des projets comme la ligne Dakar-Tamba extensible vers Bamako, de pouvoir créer ces passerelles continentales qui nous permettront d'être sur un corridor productif et permettre à chaque nation de pouvoir tirer...
Vous avez 1 minute et demie pour conclure.
De pouvoir y tirer profit. Et d'autres exemples qui ont marché, c'est l'OMVS. J'ai vu tout à l'heure nos collègues de la Mauritanie et nous partageons ce projet avec le Mali et la Gambie qui permet justement d'avoir une nette production en hydroélectrique, en électricité, et ce sont des exemples qui ont également marché. Au Sénégal, toujours, l'exemple que je peux donner, c'est dans le cadre du programme d'urgence de modernisation des territoires ex-frontaliers et territoires frontaliers, avec plus de 2700 km de territoires frontaliers que nous avons avec certains pays, mais des projets structurants sont à ce niveau pour cette connexion. Donc, pour résumer, une volonté forte à devoir appliquer par les différentes autorités politiques et prendre conscience que nous avons aujourd'hui une jeunesse qui aspire à un devenir, à un avenir meilleur. Et donc, tout ce qui est retenu dans les différents sommets qu'on puisse mettre, c'est la proposition que j'allais faire, un oasis, un observatoire africain du suivi des investissements stratégiques en infrastructure. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Vous avez parlé exactement 4 minutes, 54 secondes, donc parfaitement dans le temps. Et je retiens votre idée d'observatoire. Je me pose la question, est-ce que ça ne devrait pas aussi être un observatoire de suivi des engagements pris par nos chefs d'État? Parce que c'est la reddition des comptes qui permettra peut-être d'amener les États à tenir les nombreux engagements qu'ils tiennent. Peut-être en 1 minute?
Les deux sont nettement conciliables parce qu'il s'agit justement de prendre cet observatoire comme l'organe de supervision qui garantit l'application de toutes les propositions déjà prises et on pourra travailler sur la composition. Déjà, on a parlé de 5% qui devraient être depuis lors mobilisés dans les infrastructures. Tout à l'heure, le président Issoufou a parlé de 12%, mais si on s'arrête sur un pourcentage sur lequel les États vont s'accorder, cet observatoire sera là comme la police pour l'application de ces propositions retenues lors des différents sommets.
Merci beaucoup. Let me now give the floor to Madame Minister Ramok Gopa. 2 questions, 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity, of course, to stand on the already established protocol. One of the things that we as South Africa have actually decided during our G20 presidency was to not only think about South Africa, but to think about an integrated and coordinated way of actually raising what would then now put Africa on the map. And whatever it is that we're raising, we raised it based on the integration of resources, the integration of opportunities, but equally so, the integration of possibilities. We have come up with a few priorities for our G20 presidency, precisely because we have realized, and answering your question, we've got so many priorities that we've put in place, strategies that we have put in place, but implementation becomes something that we are not able to achieve. This is for this reason that we decided we need to come up with few priorities that would not only look at output, because when you look at output, you concentrate on quantity, but when you look at outcomes, you then now concentrate on outcomes. And sometimes outcomes, if you look at them, they become many as much as the priorities are few. We have really looked at the matter of domestic resources and the mobilization part of it. But from our side, as it relates to the G20 presidency, we looked at the illicit financial flows, and I think it was spoken about here. And we did that precisely because we have realized that, and I think there is data that we draw this from. 80 to 90, I think about 80 to 90 billion dollars leave our shores, African shores, every year. And most of them, you'll find that they are actually found in the global north countries. The countries that are supposed to be investing and assisting us with many of the things that we are trying to do, most especially as it relates to ODAs. So what we can do to be able to come up with implementation phase of all the strategies that we have put in place is to actually look at the priorities that we can be able to implement in a short term, but also look at the long-term ones. Because we tend to just come up with priorities that we don't then now decipher if they can be done now or in a later period. The issue of domestic financial or domestic resources mobilization by making sure that we deal with illicit financial flows is something that we have put in place, and we are thinking that, or we are believing that if we do it correctly as a continent, of course with our partners from south to south and the global north, we would then now be able to strengthen fiscal integrity through transparency and tax cooperation. This would be able to allow us to have our own domestic resources to deal with our own infrastructure. And if we do it correctly, we also believe that we would be able to look at modalities that would help us to come up with acceleration of beneficial ownership registries. And we're doing this precisely because we have to close loopholes that enable profit shifting, which is one of the things that we do believe that if we don't deal with it, we would then never be able to have our own resources that we need. We also need to look at transparent taxation. If we don't do that and only concentrate on what we are getting as it relates to investment, and we don't come up with a coordinated and integrated way of doing it, we really do believe that we will not be able to move the needle as it relates to the implementation of all the strategies that we've put in place. But just to say this, we must not think that it is an African problem. Globally, we have seen the same thing. If you can look at the SDGs, of the UN. Last year when we did a review of where we are, we found that only 12% of the SDGs were actually in place and were implemented. So it just shows you that it is a global phenomenon. The only way that we can then now be able to do it is if we concentrate all our efforts on resources mobilization domestically, but that can only be done in Africa, specifically with the curbing of the illicit financial flow. The second question that you ask in terms of how Africa views itself.
1 minute.
Views itself, and in closing, is exactly that. If we concentrate on domestic mobilization of resources by making sure that we do the policy landscape of, what do you call it? Industrial policy together. For example, we all know that critical minerals, and it was spoken about. Most of them, you'll find that 85% of them are found in Africa, but all of us are working in silos. The day where we are able to come up with a strategy that will speak to Africa, an African strategy, we will then now be able to speak in one voice, and we don't have to go abroad. We will then now start concentrating on our own meetings, our own resources that can be able to put us where we want to be.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister. You spoke in 5 minutes, 2 seconds. Quite a performance. Thank you so much. Minister, you have the floor for the 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. All protocols observed in the interest of time. You have asked 2 very important questions. The first one is there have been so many protocols in Africa and the agreements and the statements made. What gives us confidence that this time around things will be different, that we will follow through on that which we pronounce at this conference? And the second question refers to leaders, African leaders, maybe displaying more interest in meetings that involve foreign capitals. And yet when it comes to here, which is a meeting that should bring together Africans within Africa, there appears to be less interest. The first question is what gives us confidence that this time around things will be different? I think there has been a lot of introspection and the realization that previous agreements were focused on other things. This time round, I can see a reawakening in Africa, led by young people, more educated, more knowledgeable people. That realization leads to the conclusion that the solutions to the problems of Africa lies within ourselves. There is also a realization that we have so many resources that properly utilized will result in development, wealth creation, employment creation here in our continent. And that is why when we talk about development, it has been realized that one of the issues that mitigates against development is that of infrastructure. Indeed, you have issues of high cost of capital, and that has been addressed in previous panel discussions here. But one of the greatest issues that stops us from developing is lack of infrastructure. There are figures given here about trade, that intra-Africa trade only accounts for 16%. And yet, trade between Africa and the Asian markets and the European markets and the Americas stands at 84%. And yet, when we compare others, trade within European countries stands at about 84%, and between Asian countries stands at 60%. In fact, the other one is 70%. The reason for this low intra-Africa trade is because even if we have goods, we have products, we lack the means to move them from one country to the other. And that is why it is necessary to develop the means by which we can move our goods. And that is why development of corridors, development of ports, development of railway lines is so critical. Without this, we shall continue talking about low levels of intra-Africa trade. The other aspect that makes us now realize that we're on the right footing is when we see that which is happening in other continents like America, Europe, and so on. They're becoming a lot more insular. They're looking after their interests. Africa at long last realizes that nobody will look after them. They have to look after themselves. We have a huge market, 1.3, 1.4 billion people with so many resources. The resources that we have in our continent are enough for us to make anything. And that is why we are now looking within ourselves in terms of finance, in terms of innovative ways to create these corridors. In Zambia, we have embarked on a program of opening up our country. We call our country land-linked rather than landlocked.
Minister, you have 1 minute to conclude.
Yeah. So this is that realization. Now, why are people more interested in going to foreign capitals? I think this will change. This will change because for many years we have been doing that, and it has not resulted in meaningful development in our continent. Out here, you see the Lobito corridor. For us in Zambia, the Nakala corridor, Dar es Salaam corridor, the North-South corridor, and so on. We are focusing on those things. And it is also beneficial to note that the funding mechanism is led by African financial institutions. This is what is important. This, to us, is what will develop this continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Monsieur le Ministre du Rwanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Moderator. Allow me to send the greetings from His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, to the people and the President of Angola for hosting this historic summit. I wanted to thank you for the first questions, which highlights the issue, the historical issue we have been having as African. In fact, your question says, as African, we knew what we have to do decades ago. We knew that we needed a single air traffic market. We knew that we needed the corridors. We knew that we needed power pools, but yet we don't have them. We have declarations, we have a commitment, we don't have them. So I believe financing is very important, but when you only say financing, you are kind of preventing yourself to think creatively. There are a lot that goes into preparation of bankable project, and it does not necessarily need financing. So as African, the elephant in the room is the political will and the action. What is that we are doing to enable the project, to do the studies, to do the environmental studies, to ensure that basically who can say you have this project that is regional, that is going to unlock the infrastructure, that is very well prepared, but is lacking financing. You will not see that one. So I believe we need to do all the work. If we have the vision, if we have the political will, we can do the preparation, and for sure we'll find the financing. So beyond the declaration, let's do actions. Let us add the timelines. We need timelines, we need actions, then this will create the environment that enable infrastructure. I believe infrastructure will happen when we start thinking and when we start taking actions. And this also links to the second questions. Our leaders need to deliver. They need the result. So we have a very good structure, we have very good institutions in Africa, but we need to build in a mechanism that deliver result. If we don't deliver result, we not see people. But also, if we deliver the corridors, if we build the power pools, if we open our markets, people will come because they have interest. I wanted to give an example of a sector, which is the single air market for some African countries. You see, it's an efficient network that has been operating very well since the 60s. And when you have meetings, the headquarters in Senegal, in Dakar, everyone is there because it's an integrating project. So once we start building these regional projects, African markets, this will be integrated and people will come and will be there to protect African and their interest. So they are related, and let us not be say financing a lot, because there are a lot we can do without, even before we start thinking of financing. For example, we know we need a single air market, but it was much easier for Rwanda to sign bilateral air service agreement with each of more than 50 African countries than waiting for the single air market. We only missed 2 countries, which means it doesn't need a cost to open the borders. Rwanda has opened its borders for everyone in the world. We have a visa-free arrival. We're still safe. We are still protected. We don't have a terrorism, which means if we decide, if we are intentional, we can find ways to protect our countries, but still opening our borders, still opening Africa. So it's more about the will to implement the decision, the actions, than declaration, than good visions, because for now, since many years, everyone knows what we should be doing. But we need to move towards that action. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those points, I think, which are very pertinent. As you know, President Kagame in 2019, I believe, delivered the report on the reform of the AU. And one of the key conclusions of the report referred to a crisis of implementation in the African Union. We don't implement what we agree to. And I think this is what is breeding the mistrust from the populations. They see summits, we talk, after the summit, nothing happened. And this has to change, and I hope that Luanda would be the beginning of that change. Then we start really walking the talk. Now, let me turn to my brother, the SG of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We often, and myself having been a civil servant at the OAU for 23 years, we often blame our member states for lack of political will, and I think we're not completely wrong. But at times also maybe we, the Secretariat of Institutions, should do a bit of self-introspection. What are we doing wrong that is driving away member states? And I would like to hear from you, what could the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area do to give confidence to member states that indeed actions are being taken to follow up on commitments made? The floor is yours. CFTA? No? He's not here? Okay. No, he's not. Okay, then Minister, you have the floor. No, sorry, the shelter, in fact, I'm sorry. Shelter Africa, the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretary is not here. But I would like to hear from Mr. Ann at least about his views on how we could move forward on this issue of financing Africa's development and the contribution of his institution. Mr. Ann, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I would like to, first of all, commend the AU NEPAD for organizing this event in collaboration with the government of Angola and different governments across Africa. I really believe that we need to have these conversations. It's not just debate. I do believe they feed into some decision-making processes. And I would like to actually, while I'm answering your question, link it to the questions that you just asked to our fellow ministers on the panel. And most of them are actually part of my shareholding at Shelter Africa Development Bank. So we are a multilateral development bank, a founding member of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, AMFI. So that's where I want to start. So the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions was born last year. So it's been just a year and a few months since it's in existence. And the idea was for us to come together as African multilaterals to actually change the narrative in terms of African investment. So I think that's the first thing that's different this time, right? So we did not have that integrated approach of addressing development and financing development across the continent. So that's one, we resolved that. So now we are together. You heard this morning some of our members, Trade and Development Bank, TDB, President was here, AFC, Africa Finance Corporation, President was also here representing the Alliance as the chair of the Alliance this year. It's a rotating chairmanship. And the whole idea for us is to break those silos, because historically we've been addressing development in silos. Each institution has been addressing its own sectors, its own priorities, while development is an integrated challenge. We really need to look at it from different perspectives. So I think that's one thing that's different this time, and that we are breaking the silos. And then the other thing is we're being more concrete nowadays in terms of specific actions. You just saw the initial pilot transactions that we signed today, again, this afternoon, with AU NEPAD, the Alliance of African Multilaterals, has signed this initial partnership to invest about $1.5 billion as an initial phase, which actually can be way more than that number. And the idea for us is to be very specific in terms of project development, project preparation, and financing this project. So we do realize that the constraint is really in terms of structuring and preparing the projects to bankability. because we do have a lot of investors globally in Africa that are willing to actually take certain type of risk. But unless we have the projects structured in such a way that they're investable, it's difficult to actually get funding into the project. So that's one of the things that we are addressing with this partnership that we signed also with AU NEPAD, and we have signed other partnerships among our institutions, similar to the ones that Shelter Afrique Development Bank that I lead has signed with Afrexim Bank for the housing and urban infrastructure sector across the continent to generate about $1 billion of projects through our project preparation fund that we have also set up. So it's just to say that we're breaking the silos and we're being more concrete and more specific in terms of projects that we want to drive. So it's not just a talk show or just signing MOUs and documents, right? So another reason why we are here today is also to even have further conversations on how can we address the corridors. We're discussing about many corridors across the continent. So this is a major opportunity for institutions like ours to drive development and create jobs and really create growth across all these countries that are involved. I mean, just to cite an example, the Lobito corridor here, but there are many other corridors where we're having conversation on how our institutions can work together in an integrated manner to address development. And the way we look at it from Shelter Afrique standpoint is really to enable secondary cities development, because we all know that cities drive growth in most of our economies, and we can link cities to rural areas via agriculture and other value chains, which can really help, create a multiplier effect.
You may wish to conclude, please.
So just to conclude on that is to say that finally self-reliance is the last thing that we're really also pushing for. We all know today we have more than $4 trillion of local domestic resources available. So how to mobilize those resources is exactly what we're doing through some of the funds that we are setting up or facilities that we are also setting up. So I will pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Monsieur le Président, vous avez été chef d'État pendant 2 mandats au Niger et vous avez évidemment participé à de nombreux sommets de nos organisations, à l'UA, à la CEDEAO. Beaucoup de décisions ont été prises pendant que vous étiez président. De votre expérience, qu'est-ce qui explique cet écart entre les engagements que prennent nos chefs d'État quand ils sont en réunion dans les sommets et la réalité? Qu'est-ce qui explique ce décalage entre les engagements et la réalité, de votre expérience en tant qu'ancien chef d'État? Si vous pouvez peut-être partager un peu quelques idées là-dessus et des recommandations en 2 minutes. Merci.
Je n'ai pas bien entendu la question.
Hein?
Je n'ai pas bien entendu la question.
Non, je répète, je disais que vous avez été président pendant 10 ans du Niger et vous avez eu l'occasion de participer à de nombreux sommets au niveau de l'UA, au niveau de la CEDEAO. De nombreuses décisions ont été prises et vous étiez un acteur de ces décisions. Et qu'est-ce qui explique, d'après votre expérience, cet écart entre les décisions que prennent les chefs d'État et la réalité, le manque de suivi de votre expérience en tant qu'ancien chef d'État? En 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Bien, merci. Effectivement, j'ai été chef d'État au Niger pendant 2 mandats, de 2011 à 2021. Je vais répondre à votre question en parlant d'abord de ce que j'ai pu faire au Niger, de ce que j'ai prévu faire et ce que j'ai pu réaliser. Et il y a très peu d'écart entre ce que j'ai prévu réaliser et ce que j'ai effectivement réalisé. J'ai pratiquement réalisé tous les objectifs que j'ai prévus au départ. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne les décisions qui sont prises à l'échelle régionale et à l'échelle continentale, et l'écart qu'il y a entre les prévisions et les réalisations, je pense qu'il faut tenir compte d'une chose. Généralement, on fait des prévisions sans tenir compte de la nécessité de changer de paradigme. Le changement du paradigme est important. Par exemple, là, nous avons prévu en 2013, en adoptant l'agenda 2063, que nous allons faire de l'Afrique un continent développé en 2063, mais à condition qu'on ait une croissance économique de 7% chaque année. Donc une croissance économique sur 50 ans de 7% chaque année. Je le disais tout à l'heure, pendant la première décennie, on n'a fait en réalité que 3% de taux de croissance en moyenne chaque année. Donc il y a un écart de 4%. Ça vient d'où? Ça vient du fait qu'on a fait ces propositions comme si le contexte actuel, le modèle actuel de développement le permet. Or, je l'ai dit, tant que nous continuerons à produire des matières premières sans les transformer, à les exporter sans les transformer, en fait, on transfère des richesses de nos pays vers le nord. On s'appauvrit. Première chose. Si on ne change pas l'architecture financière internationale, on peut faire toutes les prévisions qu'on veut, on ne pourra pas réaliser nos objectifs. Donc je prends ces deux exemples seulement, l'échange inégal et l'inéquité de l'architecture financière internationale. Toutes nos actions, toute notre volonté bute contre ces deux obstacles. Le jour où nous pourrons transformer sur place nos matières premières, créer des chaînes de valeur, avoir de la valeur ajoutée, donc créer des richesses, alors les choses vont changer. Nos prévisions peuvent correspondre à nos réalisations. Nos réalisations peuvent correspondre à nos prévisions. Le jour où on va réformer l'architecture financière internationale inéquitable qui prête de l'argent à un pays comme le Niger à 16% et qui prête de l'argent à un autre pays du Nord à 2%. Le jour où on va changer ça, alors on peut faire des réalisations qui correspondent à nos prévisions. C'est la réponse que je trouve. Il faut changer de paradigme et le contenu du changement du paradigme, c'est mettre fin à l'échange inégal et réformer l'architecture financière internationale.
Merci beaucoup. Good. I will now get back to all the members of the panel as we near the end of our exchange. I would like to bring everyone back for one final reflection, a question that goes at the heart of the discussion we have been having. And here is the question. In a year time from now, 12 months, next October, what should we be able to point to as a tangible legacy of Luanda? Could you, in one or two sentences, indicate what outcome would convince you, would convince African people that we have indeed begun to finance Africa's future from within? Start from my right, Mr. Minister, 1 minute and a half for each. Thank you.
Il s'agira, au terme de ce sommet, de s'accorder sur un certain nombre de projets stratégiques en termes d'infrastructures et au moins d'ici l'année prochaine de mesurer ceux qui sont arrivés à maturation et de dire après concertation entre autorités politiques, après ces projets choisis lors de ce sommet, l'année prochaine, à la même période, au moins, nous avons ceux-là qui sont arrivés à maturation et prêts d'être engagés, d'être mis en œuvre. Mais je voudrais terminer par dire une chose. On parle de connectivité, on parle même sur les statistiques de plus de 2 millions de camions à mettre en circulation, de plus de 150 000 wagons supplémentaires, de 150 cargos, de 250 avions cargos. Mais on parle in fine de quoi? On parle in fine d'un déplacement de marchandises, de biens et de personnes. Il faudrait donc que chaque Africain se sente chez lui sur les 30 millions de kilomètres carrés que constitue l'Afrique et qu'on ait derrière nous les questions de xénophobie, de stigmatisation et que chacun chante une hospitalité profonde là où il se trouve, comme nous le prenons au pays de la Teranga, au pays de l'hospitalité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. 1 minute. Okay. Next year, we should then now be able to come up with one thing or two things. First of all, we all agree that indeed infrastructure development is not the end but the means, an enabling environment. Therefore, at the end of the day, as much as we should be able to talk about infrastructure development that is coordinated and integrated, how are we going to trade better? What is it that Africa has that other countries don't have, other continents don't have, that we can bring together, such as I've already said, the African strategy for critical minerals and an African strategy probably for agricultural produce or food security, that we could then now be able to utilize here at home, to then now be able to come up with value chains here at home that are developed for us to be able to trade ourselves, and when we go out there, we should go as a unit. So that's what we should be able to do in order for us to be able to at least do things differently.
For me, three things are critical to measure the success of this conference. Number one, we want to see that the number of corridors and infrastructure connecting different parts of Africa have started. If that happens, that will be a measure of success. On the global financial architecture, you know that the African Union appointed 3 presidents, including my own president, President Hakainde Hichilema of Zambia, the president of Kenya, the president of Ghana, to lead the discussions that will result in the reforming of the global financial architecture. If that begins to gather momentum and show success, to me that will be a measure of success. And the last one that I want to see is that the realization that Africa was set up by our colonial masters as a source of raw materials for their factories. This is beginning to be addressed. I would like to see a lot more effort, as we are doing in Zambia, for downstream processing of our raw materials and the products that will add value, create more employment, create more revenues for our treasuries. If these 3 things begin to happen, it will be a measure of success of this conference.
Thank you so much, Minister from Rwanda.
Thank you. There are a number of actions that need to be taken before we start financing the project. So let us celebrate the anniversary of this summit next year by signing the agreement, commitment, and the studies that are a prerequisite for project structuring and financing.
Thank you so much. Short and to the point. Mr. Ann, what would you like to see a year from now?
Infrastructure as a source of improving quality of life for Africans. And in that perspective, whenever we are flying over any major African city, that we start seeing the same picture of reconstruction, renewal of our cities to be the source of growth, of job creations, by getting rid of all those same looking environments of slums. Whenever we're landing over every city in Africa, they all kind of looking the same today, where we have those handmade sheets covering every of those slums areas. So getting rid of those slums, rebuilding those neighborhoods, and providing better quality of life for our people. And this is exactly what we at Shelter Africa Development Bank have embarked on in terms of urban renewal, urban renaissance across all our major African cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Monsieur le Président, dans un an, si on devait faire un peu le bilan de ce sommet, qu'est-ce que vous voudriez voir comme résultat tangible ici à Luanda, pour que dans un an, l'on puisse dire que les choses ont changé?
Alors, merci, Juan. Ce que je souhaite voir dans un an quand on aura fait le bilan de ce sommet, c'est de constater qu'il y a eu davantage de cohérence entre les différents projets de l'agenda 2063, davantage de cohérence entre le PIDA et la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, davantage d'homogénéité entre le PIDA, la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, et le plan du développement industriel de l'Afrique, la question des chaînes de valeur, et le plan du développement agricole de l'Afrique, et la vision minière africaine, etc. Si on arrivait à davantage de cohésion, de cohérence, alors on va avancer vers la réalisation de l'objectif final qui est le développement de l'Afrique dans 37 ans. Parce que 63, nous sommes en 2025, 2063, c'est dans 37 ans. Comment avancer en tenant compte des écarts entre prévision et réalisation pendant la première décennie pour rattraper le retard et réaliser l'objectif d'une Afrique développée en 2063. Alors pour cela, je suggère qu'il y ait un comité, puisque chacun de ces projets a un champion, a un chef d'État comme champion, qu'il y ait un comité rassemblant ces différents champions qui puissent permettre de suivre la mise en œuvre de ces différents projets. Et vous allez voir dans un an peut-être qu'il y aura un plus, il y aura davantage de résultats que par le passé. Voilà la réponse que je peux donner à votre question. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. So, we have come to the end of our panel, and I would like, of course, to thank the panelists very sincerely for the concrete, practical suggestions that were made. And I think listening to you, and listening also to the statement this morning, one thing is clear, is that the issue is not so much whether Africa can finance its own development, but whether we have the will to align our instruments, our institutions, and our leadership behind that objective. And the real test will be in our actions. Now, and one simple, visible proof that we are indeed moving in the right direction will come very soon. Next month, in November, here in Luanda, the African Union and the European Union will meet for their summit. And of course, I want, as an African citizen, every African leader to be here in Luanda out of respect of the commitment of President Lourenço, but also in recognition of this important partnership with the European Union. But, and I say but, just as importantly, we should want and expect every one of those same African leaders to be in Addis Ababa in January, February next year for the African Union Summit. And I think that's an important element. Because a powerful presence of African leaders at the African Union Summit, a visible prioritization of our own continental platform would be the clearest sign that Africa is taking ownership of its destiny. And that's why it is so important. And such a choice, in my view, would not only be a strategic necessity, it would also be an act of self-respect, an act of self-respect. A confirmation that the road to genuine partnership with others begins with unity and commitment among ourselves. Thank you so much.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. Kindly begin the seats so that we can start the next session. Yes. Yes, yes. And your kind attention, please. Can we gain your seats so that we can start the next session? And we wanted to announce that the session which was supposed to be here on power interconnection and green investment promotion, promoting a shared green future in Africa, is going to happen in Deal Room 2 at 4:30 p.m. All the panelists and those attending that session, please, Deal Room 2. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. Kindly get to your seats, please. Our next session is going to be on the single African air transport market. My name is Eric Najengerwa, Head of Transport and Mobility Division, African Union Commission. It is my privilege to welcome the panelists to this ministerial session with the theme, Financing and Modernizing African Civil Aviation Infrastructure to Promote Integrated Continental Airspace and Enable Free Movement under the Single African Air Transport Market. I will first invite our panelists I will start with Mrs. Adefunke Adeyemi, Secretary General, African Civil Aviation Commission. The second panelist is His Excellency Dr. Jimmy Gasore, Minister of Infrastructure of Rwanda. The next panelist is Engineer Pedisai Makumbe, representing Honorable Felix Pona, Minister of Transport and Infrastructure Development of Zimbabwe. Engineer Makumbe, you are welcome. The next panelist is the Deputy CEO representing Mesfin Tassu, Group CEO, Ethiopian Airlines. The next panelist is Mr. Jean-François Marteau, Regional Practice Manager for Transport, West and Central Africa at the World Bank. Welcome. We also have Mr. Eduardo Felin Soria, Chairman and CEO, TAG Angola Airlines. The CEO, TAG Angola Airline, kindly join the stage. Last but not least, we have Mr. Sergio Oliete, Head International Partnership at DG Move, European Commission. Okay, no problem. Bring him.
Yeah, he's already seated.
Okay, good. What's the name again? Clovis Lala is representing the CEO of TAG Angola. Thank you very much. It's my privilege to welcome Her Excellency Lerato Mataboge, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, African Union Commission, to deliver the opening remarks and set the stage for this panel session. Thank you very much.
There's an extra speaker there.
Okay, I will invite him. Before Your Excellency, there is another speaker from Morocco, the director. It's at the Morocco Civil Aviation Authority. You are welcome. Vous êtes les bienvenus. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Eric. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, delegates and friends, good afternoon. I know that we are having the late shift, so if you could stay with us. It is indeed a profound honor to stand before you today and speak about one of the most transformative projects under the African Union's Agenda 2063. A project that quite literally connects our dreams to our destinations. That is the single African air transport market. We call it SATAM for short. When our heads of states launched SATAM in 2018, they did not merely open air routes, they opened the possibility of a truly connected, competitive, and integrated Africa. An Africa where a young entrepreneur from Lusaka can fly to Lagos with ease, where goods from Abidjan can reach Addis Ababa without detour, where our skies become highways to opportunity and not barriers of cost and constraint. At its heart, SATAM is about freedom, the freedom to move, the freedom to trade, to learn, and to build. It aims to liberalize Africa's airspace and remove the invisible walls that keep our economies apart. Our ambition as the African Union is bold, but it's achievable. We aim to increase fifth freedom traffic routes from the current 23% to at least 50% by 2035. And we aim to reduce average intra-African airfares by 40% in the same period. These numbers are not just statistics, they are our pathways to prosperity, because when connectivity improves, so does commerce. When airfares fall, trade rise. And when trade expands, our people prosper. But the skies above us are not yet open. Across Africa, the dream of seamless connectivity faces turbulence, from outdated infrastructure and limited investment to policy bottlenecks and uneven implementation. In North, South, and Eastern Africa, we have developed strong aviation hubs, yet Central and Western Africa remain underdeveloped. Many of our secondary airports, those that could catalyze regional growth, are still underdeveloped. And so, even as we celebrate progress, we must confront the hard truth. We cannot achieve a single air transport market with fragmented infrastructure and isolated investment. That is why earlier this year, the African Union Commission, in partnership with AFCAC, ICAO, and others, undertook a continental aviation infrastructure gap analysis. including a 25-year air traffic forecast. It revealed over 60 critical gaps in airports, air navigation systems, and safety oversight, gaps that must be addressed if African skies are to be truly open. These gaps are not merely technical, they are investment opportunities. They call upon governments and the private sector alike to come together in partnership, innovation, and purpose. That is why today's discussion matters. Because we have in the room ministers, CEOs, regulators, financiers, and development partners, not to admire the challenge, but to solve it. Let us also remember this: the single African air transport market and the African continental free trade area are two sides of the same continental coin. Trade integration without air connectivity is like a map without roads. And air liberalization without trade integration is like a plane that does not have a destination. Together, the AFCFTA and SATAM, they form the engine of Africa's economic transformation, unlocking intra-Africa trade, attracting investments, and turning aspiration into action. As the African Union, AFCAC, and the AFCFTA partnership reminds us, our collective mission is not just to connect runways. It is to connect markets, it is to connect minds, it is to connect opportunities. When we integrate aviation and trade, Africa can compete globally and collaborate internally. From this dialogue, I look forward to concrete outcomes that we can give life at the African Union. Specifically, we are hopeful that our panelists can help us to develop a continental approach to fund aviation infrastructure priorities. They can help us formulate policy recommendations to accelerate SATAM adoption. They can assist us to strengthen stakeholder collaboration between government, airlines, and regulators, and they can help us amplify public awareness on the benefits of open skies and free movement. If we can connect our 1.4 billion citizens, if we can link our 55 economies and align our priorities and investments, we will not only move people and goods, we will move the continent forward. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for setting the scene and for especially giving us the main objective of this session, which is going to be focusing mainly on how aviation infrastructure and investing in aviation infrastructure and closing the gaps that we have in aviation infrastructure can support the realization of the single African air transport market. Allow me, without further ado, to start my first question with Mrs. Adefunke Adeyemi, Secretary General of AFCAC. As the executing agency of SATAM, how would you assess the current status and achievements since the launch of SATAM in 2018? Despite notable progress, what major challenges continue to hinder the accelerated implementation of SATAM, and how can this summit contribute to addressing these bottlenecks? You're welcome, SG.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. Standing on existing protocol, I'll just go straight into the point. But before that, allow me to put some context for us. Many people may not know this, but Africa can fit comfortably not just countries like China and India, as we heard earlier on, but also continents, other continents, Europe, USA, and so many other countries in our landmass. And what that means is that when we're talking about infrastructure, it's important that we look at all of the different kinds of infrastructure and the roles that they can play for Africa in different phases of time. So starting with infrastructure and for aviation, it's really critical that aviation is able to play its role and play its part, along with all the other infrastructure arms in these corridors. You know that there are corridors in the air as well, right? That's what the airspace is all about. And the airlines play a critical role, and the governments play a critical role in terms of all the pillars of aviation. So the key point I want to pull out before I go into the question itself is that if you're talking about infrastructure, out of the 55 countries in Africa, I don't believe there is anyone that does not already have a runway and an airport. That means that we already have existing infrastructure that we can play with. And so what we need to do now is look at the enablers that can ensure that this infrastructure does what it's supposed to do in terms of transforming Africa in its economic and social development. So to the question, the single African air transport market is designed to ensure an open market between all the African countries. So it is an intra-African initiative. And the issue here is that it's also supposed to facilitate the movement of people and goods across multiple cities in Africa in the shortest possible time and in the most affordable way, and also in the most efficient way. That is the core of the single African air transport market. And so we look at it from the lens of 6 pillars. The first pillar is advocacy. Why is aviation so important? It is not for the elite alone. It is not a secondary sector. It is a critical catalyst for aviation and national development. And so why don't we hear more about aviation in these discussions? So we create advocacy on the value of aviation. The second issue is on the regulatory framework of aviation. If you have a continent of 55 countries, what you need is a level of standardization and harmonization. It is very difficult to continue to fragment the market by having different standards and different regulatory regimes. And so we use the framework of the Yamoussoukro decision as well as its regulatory instruments and ensure that this is harmonized across countries, across regional economic groupings, as well as different clusters of countries. The third is the operationalization of the market, and that is where we come to the practical points that we were talking about earlier. How do you ensure that this market works? Yes, you need the rules of engagement, which is the regulatory framework, but what are the practical things that we need to do? And so we came up with some practical approaches. Number one, which countries are ready to move forward? Let us work with those countries. Number two, let us see how we can target it in a targeted manner, ensure that market access is granted in a standardized manner and in compliance with the regulatory framework. So we've harmonized the regulatory framework in terms of air service agreements, in terms of an economic regulatory template, and ensuring a standardized approach on the YD and regulatory instruments. We've also been working very closely with the operators. So the airlines are the ones who open routes. And these operators in the past 3 years have launched and operated almost 110 new routes. What that means is that travel times has been reduced for many Africans in the past 3 years, and also we don't have to go to non-African hubs in order to connect between Africa as much as we used to do. Now, the infrastructure element is the key here we're talking about, and we heard already from the AU Commissioner about this gap analysis that was done. In order for you to know where you're going, you have to know where you are. And so we've done an assessment over 41 countries that have identified 60 gaps. But we've also prioritized these gaps because we can't do everything. And we're going to be targeting specific countries in terms of areas, specific areas as well, aerodromes, cargo facilities and hubs, and so on and so forth, air navigation systems, making sure that these are specific towards enhancing the infrastructure that already exists. And finally, we're looking at the safety and security of the system to make sure that we never take our eyes off the ball. And of course, we ensure that we are resourcing aviation properly in terms of financing, but also in terms of human and capital. So the last portion of the question is, what can this summit do to ensure that aviation is not just properly resourced, but plays its role as a catalyst for economic development and transformation of Africa? I think the first is to ensure, just to speak to what my Honorable Minister said in the previous panel, the political action is not necessarily the will, but it's the political action in specific areas. And let me give an example. Aviation is a network business. We've had network integration in Africa like mobile telephony. It required political action to make it happen. We've heard about the Northern Corridor, where several countries in East Africa were able to open up that corridor and make things move. It required political action. So we need our heads of state at the highest level to ensure political action across the continent within clusters and to be champions for aviation. That's number one. Number two is that we've got to take sustained action regarding the issue of access. African states should not close their borders to themselves. Forget about the roads and the rail and all the other ways. In the air, there's no reason for us to do that because aviation is built on a system of cooperation. So that needs to be maintained and sustained. And so African countries should grant access to each other. So accessibility is the second point. The third point is cost reduction, so that brings about affordability. And it is critical for us to be able to reduce the cost of aviation, which is the highest in the world, and it does not need to be. Unnecessary taxes, levies, charges, and fees are imposed on aviation, and they're not even used to invest back in the system. So that needs to change. The fourth is that we've got to ensure that we reduce the fragmentation by sustaining a harmonized approach to aviation in terms of the regulatory framework. The fifth one on infrastructure, really, really important, is that we should prioritize aviation and make sure that aviation or SATAM corridors are integrated into the SATAM, PIDA, PAP 3 projects, as well as PAP 2. Okay, as well as other relevant infrastructure projects in Africa. And AFCAC, as the executing agency of aviation and on SATAM, stands ready to be able to prioritize this work and coordinate with the relevant players in this space. We need to find the right necessary resources. And for the past 3 years, our aviation activities have been almost exclusively funded by the African Development Bank, but with some support from third regions like the European Union. And we're looking to expanding this work. So the critical issue is this: we have targets, we have priorities, we have projects. Let us all work together to make sure that we can let aviation play its rightful role. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, SG. As you touched on infrastructure and the gaps and investment in infrastructure, I just wanted to immediately turn to our honorable ministers on the panel, starting with Dr. Jimmy, the Minister of Infrastructure of Rwanda. Rwanda has emerged as a leading example in African aviation development, successfully attracting investment for the new Bugesera International Airport and pioneering Africa's first autonomous air taxi initiative. What key policy measures and incentives enabled Rwanda to create a sustainable and commercially attractive environment for advanced aviation infrastructure? And how can these lessons inform broader efforts across the continent to modernize civil aviation and advance the vision of an integrated African airspace under the framework of SATAM? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric. It's true that Rwanda has achieved some progress when it comes to aviation. And I would say key action was Rwanda believing in itself, then Rwanda believing in Africa, believing in connectivity, and taking actions. For example, as I mentioned earlier, Rwanda has already signed bilateral air service agreement with 134 countries, including all the states and territories of Africa, -2, and we are in active discussions of the 2 remaining. And we aimed to have buses that are compliant to Yamoussoukro Declaration whenever it was possible. So that's really believing in openness, believing in connectivity. The other thing Rwanda did was to believing in openness when we removed all the visas for anyone from the world, including Africa, who come to Rwanda. What our colleagues can learn from us is opening borders doesn't mean you are enabling, like introducing a security breach. With the technology, Rwanda has established a virtual border, which means by the time someone books an air ticket or even a bus, a trans-country buses ticket, the immigration service immediately starts processing their visa. By the time they show at the airport, they already know who is coming and why he is coming or she is coming. And in fact, in rare cases, they can prevent the person from boarding from the airport. Basically, it's moving your border from inside your airport to the point of boarding or the point where they take buses. So that also shows the possibilities are there if there is a will and there is an action. The third is believing in innovation. Rwanda has positioned itself as a hub for innovation and testing new technologies. For example, you mentioned the air taxi, but even before, Rwanda started the drone delivery 10 years ago, before any other country in the world. We started drone delivery, delivering blood in remote areas, and the company which started in Rwanda as a startup, because no other country in the world could provide the regulatory framework for that business to function, is now a multi-billion global company that operates in all other developed countries. That also is believing in future, believing in innovation. So all those combined actions has made Rwanda an environment where investors believe in, where there are opportunities that are tangible, and this environment has attracted investors. Let me stop by there. Probably we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. A round of applause again to... My next is Engineer Makumbe. Based on the Zimbabwe's experience, what immediate actions you think should the ministers of transport in Africa take to embed certain objectives into national infrastructure strategies and budget frameworks? You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Basically, what I'm going to talk about will hinge on collaboration, and more collaboration. And I'm happy that as African countries, we have slowly realized that we need each other, and also that through collaboration with each other, we are better at solving the problems that we face as Africa. Firstly, I'm happy that we've talked about infrastructure, because that is the starting point. And the good part is that we do have the infrastructure in place. Only that, of course, we need maybe to modernize and upgrade so that that infrastructure gets to meet certain standards. Then we look at issues to do with joint teams, which will look at infrastructure deficits between countries, and also look at issues to do with visa. Rwanda, as has been alluded before, they have scrapped the visa, which of course then makes Rwanda more accessible. So as African countries, as we collaborate, we need to look at issues to do with scraping away of the visa, so that there is better accessibility between our countries. Then we look at issues to do with a unified digital system between countries. This means that as countries, we get to share data in real time.
And when we share data in real time, that of course improves the security between our countries. And it also means that there is efficiency in processing of both cargo and also passenger. Then we look at harmonization of regulations and standards. As African countries, when you look at standardization based on ICAO, it means that there's going to be reduced time. We know that in aviation, we also have business people that are flying in and out of Africa. If we reduce time that they spend at borders or in between countries, then of course that amounts to the cost of doing business that is going to be greatly reduced. Then of course there's the issue of peer-to-peer reviews, issues to do with capacity building amongst ourselves, where we learn from each other. Because as African countries, we are at different levels of modernization, different levels of operation, and we definitely can learn from each other. Now I want to delve into the issue of Zimbabwe's experience. I've given an overview of what we looked at as Zimbabwe. You find that in Zimbabwe, we have also modernized our infrastructure. At the moment, we modernized the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, where we, in terms of capacity, we improved it. And also we have now bigger aero bridges, making it compliant to SATM. And we've also looked at the fifth freedom, where countries like, where airlines like ET, Rwanda Air, and KQ are actually enjoying fifth freedom rights in Zimbabwe at the moment. And then we also prioritize financing of aviation issues. I know that as African governments, we tend maybe to see aviation as a secondary event or a secondary infrastructure in our countries. But in Zimbabwe, we are prioritizing be it capacity building of the teams in aviation, but also at modernizing of the infrastructure through financing of modernization, either through the fiscus or also through public-private partnerships that we are also promoting. We have also started, this collaboration that I was talking about, collaboration and more collaboration. We've also been talking to TAG, and I think most of us had the opportunity of landing at their big airport. So we are saying that as African countries, we are modernizing our airports, we are making them bigger, which means that we need capacity, we need the traffic. So why not have more airlines landing at each other's airports, given that the infrastructure can indeed hold that capacity. Of course, the challenges are there, where we have regulatory gaps, we have market restrictions, connectivity gaps. But of course, we take the challenge head on, not only as Zimbabwe, and I believe also as Africa, where I'm saying that we should be prepared for these challenges. We should have the political will to ensure that collaborative investment and robust and consistent regulatory frameworks are worked on. In Zimbabwe, we undertook to employ the following strategies. I've talked about completing the substantial rehabilitation of our airports, also improving airspace management and security, and we also continue to liberalize our air transport market. We also pursue triple Ps to expedite completion of construction of our infrastructure. And also we're looking at operationalization of our BASAs, that is the bilateral air service agreements, so that we facilitate market access and also so that we are also in line with SATM. And of course, lastly, to promote local network and connectivity, where we want to increase frequency and reliability of our services. All these strategies are meant to accommodate the projected growth in passenger and freight movements within a liberalized aviation regime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer. A round of applause. And you touched on the various aspects beyond infrastructure. You touched the customs, the visa issues. Thank you very much. You complimented on the actions that we had from the SG of AFCAC at the continental level. Now, the last one on the list, Monsieur le directeur pour le Royaume du Maroc, je voulais juste vous demander donc de compléter ce que le Zimbabwe et le Rwanda a parlé à propos des infrastructures aéronautiques. Je voulais savoir, donc, avec l'expérience du Maroc, on sait que le Maroc a déjà investi dans le système multimodal, dans tous les secteurs, des modes de transport. Le Maroc a des routes qui sont bien maintenues, mais donc, avec cette expérience du Maroc, qu'est-ce que vous suggérez comme des actions concrètes au niveau continental quand il s'agit d'investir dans des infrastructures aéronautiques? Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup pour cette question. Avant de donner des suggestions proprement dites, laissez-moi d'abord rappeler un petit peu les fondements et les principes et les principaux enseignements de l'expérience marocaine qui, eux, nous mettent en place pour pouvoir faire des recommandations, des propositions. Alors, sous la conduite éclairée de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, le Maroc a, dès le début, été conscient de l'importance du transport aérien comme levier de connectivité, d'ouverture et de compétitivité. Et la vision que nous avons mise en œuvre pour profiter pleinement de l'opportunité qu'offre le développement du transport aérien repose sur trois principaux vecteurs. L'infrastructure aéroportuaire dont vous avez parlé, la libéralisation progressive du ciel marocain et la coopération avec nos partenaires, en particulier les pays frères africains. Et cela s'inscrit pleinement dans l'esprit du marché unique africain de transport aérien, mais également de l'agenda 2036 de l'Union africaine. Maintenant, concrètement, sur le plan de l'infrastructure, nous avons pu développer 25 aéroports, dont 19 sont ouverts au trafic international. Et aujourd'hui, avec cet horizon 2030 dans lequel le Maroc organise avec l'Espagne et le Portugal la Coupe du Monde de football 2030. Donc nous avons un ambitieux programme 2030 pour le développement de 6 aéroports. Donc il s'agit principalement d'extension dans les villes qui vont accueillir les matchs de football de la Coupe du Monde. Et l'objectif est de doubler la capacité totale nationale pour passer de 40 millions de pax à 80 millions de pax, en intégrant bien sûr tous les critères de durabilité, de digitalisation et de connexion avec les autres modes de transport, donc l'intermodalité. La compagnie aérienne Royal Air Maroc, qui est l'instrument du transport aérien, va passer d'une 50aine d'avions à 200 avions à l'horizon 2035. Nous avons déjà pu développer cette flotte d'une douzaine d'avions en l'espace d'une année. Et ensuite, l'ouverture. Donc, nous avons signé beaucoup d'accords bilatéraux, bien sûr, avec pratiquement tous les pays du monde. Nous avons signé l'Open Sky avec l'Union européenne et le STAM avec l'Union africaine. Et donc, nous pensons sur le troisième pilier de cette vision qui est l'ouverture. Nous pensons que cette intégration aérienne africaine constitue une opportunité parce que le continent africain comprend quand même 1,4 million de citoyens. Et donc, c'est une taille suffisamment grande pour attirer des investisseurs. Et cela, bien sûr, ne peut avoir qu'un effet d'entraînement sur l'infrastructure. C'est-à-dire, le marché est là, ça intéresse les compagnies, le cadre réglementaire, le marché unique est là, et donc ça peut avoir un effet d'entraînement sur les infrastructures qui doivent s'adapter à cette augmentation de trafic. Maintenant, en se basant sur cette longue expérience, les propositions que nous pouvons suggérer, en tout cas c'est les enseignements que nous tirons nous-mêmes dans notre propre expérience, c'est d'abord une planification à long terme. On ne peut pas imaginer diriger un secteur de transport aérien, que ce soit l'infrastructure ou les compagnies, sans avoir une vision à long terme. C'est pour ça que le Maroc dispose de schémas directeurs aéroportuaires pour un horizon minimum de 20 ans qu'on actualise à chaque fois que c'est nécessaire. Et ça, c'est une exigence réglementaire du Code de l'aviation civile marocain. Deuxièmement, un financement innovant. Bien sûr, il y a les ressources propres de l'État. L'État contribue au développement de l'infrastructure, mais cette part de contribution budgétaire de l'État est minime. Le plus important vient du financement extérieur, c'est-à-dire de la dette. Et pour ça, il faut que les aéroports soient de vrais centres de profit. Et donc, ce qui me ramène au troisième point, qui est la gouvernance. Et au Maroc, nous disposons d'un cadre réglementaire qui permet effectivement de gérer les aéroports comme de vrais centres de profit. Et de là, la proposition qui consiste à renforcer le cadre réglementaire de la gestion et du développement aéroportuaire dans les pays frères africains de manière à rendre ces infrastructures de vrais centres de profit. Quatrième point, ou bien quatrième enseignement que nous avons pu tirer, c'est qu'il ne faut jamais regarder les aéroports comme des infrastructures isolées. Il faut toujours les intégrer dans leur environnement global, à la fois leur connexion avec des infrastructures portuaires, les intégrer dans des écosystèmes logistiques territoriaux. Et c'est dans ce cadre-là que beaucoup d'aéroports marocains sont placés au milieu d'un écosystème logistique et industriel qui bénéficie pleinement de l'avantage qu'offre l'aéroport. Et enfin, le capital humain et la formation, c'est très important. Nous avons des éléments, des instituts de formation, des académies. Et donc, pour résumer, je dirais planification à long terme, très important. Un financement innovant basé sur les aéroports comme centre de profit. Troisièmement, la gouvernance et donc un cadre réglementaire précis qui donne cette ouverture au privé. Et quatrièmement, l'intégration des aéroports dans leur environnement global avec des connexions d'intermodalité avec d'autres modes. Et enfin, le capital humain comme levier qui va permettre de développer tout ça. Merci.
Merci beaucoup le Maroc. Round of applause. Vous avez mentionné pas seulement donc les actions concrètes pour investir dans les infrastructures, mais vous avez aussi mentionné donc le besoin de rendre ces infrastructures, donc de leur donner cette valeur commerciale, donc d'avoir des aéroports qui sont capables d'être donc de donner du profit aux compagnies aériennes, mais aussi cet élément de multimodalité, de connexion avec d'autres modes, mais enfin très important cet aspect d'avoir des cadres dans l'aviation, dans le domaine d'aviation, d'avoir cette capacité pour donc exécuter les projets. Merci beaucoup. I will turn now to our industry partners. Starting from here, we are here in Angola. So let me start with our airline, TAG Angola. Here the subject is going to talk on what's airline perspective and market liberalization, what concrete actions. The question is to ask TAG Angola, what business models or strategic partnerships could African airlines adopt to leverage the benefits of open skies, enhance competitiveness, and reduce operating costs? What specific strategies do you suggest to upgrade terminal infrastructure and increase passenger connectivity? Over to you, TAG Angola. Thank you.
Obrigado. A questão é de facto bastante pertinente. O mercado único africano de transporte aéreo foi de facto o salto gigante que as companhias necessitavam. A adoção de políticas de céu aberto também vai trazer de facto colossos mundiais aos nossos aeroportos e, portanto, o aumento das infraestruturas a que aqui falamos é de facto muito importante. As companhias aéreas africanas têm que, de facto, continuar a correr, porque têm que se tornar mais sólidas e têm que pensar em estratégias que passem por acordos de cooperação com outras companhias em África, joint ventures, mergers, acordos de code share, que permitam de facto solidificar a sua posição e tornarem-se fortes para poderem concorrer com os gigantes que vão chegar. Vão chegar às infraestruturas que já temos e outras que temos que criar. Hoje temos mais conectividade, mas precisamos ainda de melhorar, como bem sabemos. Hoje falamos muito de trust neste summit, que de facto em África temos que ter, porque para desenvolvermos e para criarmos infraestruturas vamos precisar de financiamento. E esse financiamento nós sabemos o quanto custa a chegar. Temos que de facto trabalhar, passando a confiança, dando a conhecer os nossos projetos, para que o mundo saiba o quanto nós necessitamos e queremos crescer. Portanto, eu diria que as estratégias de desenvolvimento, de transformação, passam de facto por estes acordos, por essas fusões, mas também por uma melhoria contínua em termos de renovação da frota, melhoramento de infraestruturas, digitalização, formação do nosso capital humano, que nos permita de facto crescer. Portanto, é um trabalho contínuo que todas as companhias em África têm que fazer. Esse trabalho já está a acontecer, acontece diariamente. Em Angola, a TAG tem também o seu plano de transformação, que está a ser levado a cabo, tem a sorte de ter uma grande infraestrutura, tem um novo aeroporto e, portanto, tem um trabalho que está a ser feito. Queremos crescer, queremos ocupar o nosso espaço, temos vindo a abrir rotas e, portanto, a ligar Angola ao mundo e o mundo a Angola. Portanto, é um trabalho contínuo. Comunicamos com as várias companhias aéreas no sentido de trocarmos experiências, crescermos juntos e, portanto, continuarmos a trabalhar.
Obrigado.
Nada. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next is Ethiopian Airlines. The deputy, the vice president representing the CEO. Ethiopian Airlines has been a continental leader in expanding intra-African connectivity for passenger and cargo and is developing a new airport. How can infrastructure modernization, cargo infrastructure, as well as airspace management reforms support more efficient operations across multiple jurisdictions in Africa? From an airline's operator's standpoint, what specific infrastructure or regulatory gaps most urgently require attention to realize under the SATAM vision? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the organizers. Yes, it is true that Ethiopian Airlines connects Africa to each other and to the rest of the world. As we speak, we fly to 65 destinations in Africa. And that's all possible because we have a very good infrastructure at Addis Ababa Bole International Airport. Since 2017, the airport enterprise has become part of the airline group. And the airline has invested about $1 billion to enhance the infrastructure at Bole Airport and other 22 domestic airports as well. We increased the capacity of Bole Airport from 8 million passengers per year to 25 million passengers per year. So that has helped us to give the connectivity to Africa. That has given us the leverage to take the leadership to be the gateway to Africa. Previously it was through Dubai, now it is through Addis, where we connect Africa to each other and Africa to the rest of the world as well. So infrastructure development is vital. Airport terminals should be improved. Seamless connectivity should be there from connecting passengers. Airport communications should be modernized. airport runways should be improved so that the desired activities will be done. African aviation is growing. It is growing in double digits, but without a proper infrastructure, this growth will not be materialized. As we speak, 80% of the African traffic is operated by non-African airlines, and the main reason for that is lack of proper infrastructure to connect passengers. So the airline has invested a lot to develop the airport. This is providing seamless connectivity now. Regarding the cargo, the trade between African nations will be materialized when there is a proper cargo terminal, cold warehouses, e-commerce facilities, and the pharma wing as well. What we did in Addis at Ethiopian Airlines is since 2015, we invest a lot in developing our cargo terminal. We have 2 cargo terminals now and an e-commerce facility. The first cargo terminal was providing about 230,000 tons of cargo per annum. Now we have improved that up to the capacity of 1 million tons per annum. And that capability has helped us during the COVID pandemic. We were serving Africa in providing the protective equipment because of that cargo facility, because it has a cold warehouse facility and an automatic connection for cargo. And we also created a pharma wing, which will accommodate the medicines for the vaccines when the COVID vaccine was realized. So that has helped us to be a leader as well in providing the cargo from Africa to Africa and between African countries. Between Africa, still a lot of work requires to be done because in many parts of Africa, in many airports, we don't have the required facilities to store and connect cargo to the next destinations. The other one, which is vital, is the harmonization of regulation in Africa. Sometimes it is easy to conclude bilateral relations with other countries out of Africa than having agreements in Africa, and that should be harmonized, it should be changed, so that we will realize the single African air transport market. So the SATM to be successful, the first thing we have to do in Africa is to harmonize the regulatory framework, to have discussions like this, and it requires the willingness of African governments. Many countries have ratified, but the implementation is really very difficult as we speak. So there are lots of gaps in regulatory harmonization. Airspaces should be seamless. Similar modernized equipment shall be used so that aircrafts will be moving from one airspace to another seamlessly. That will bring efficiency and reduce costs so that African airlines will continue to be profitable as well. So infrastructure development, focusing on airspace connectivity, and at the same time, harmonization of the regulatory framework for African aviation should be really implemented so that the SATM implementation will be materialized. African aviation needs more than the infrastructure development. The development of infrastructure is not enough. We should have aircraft to operate. So it is a highly capital-intensive industry. Access to capital should be also taken into account. Many African airlines are struggling to have to modernize fleets. So fleet modernization should go side by side with the infrastructure development as well. Brain drain is another problem because aviation professionals are in need all over the world. So trained and skilled manpower is taken by non-African airlines, and that should also be taken care of so that the African aviation market will grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ethiopian Airline. Thank you particularly on the last point on the need to have aviation professionals trained in Africa by African training organizations. This is a very critical element that I know that Ethiopia as a country is investing a lot, and we look forward to see more countries in Africa. We have many aviation schools coming up in Africa, so we need to see more. And the point you mentioned on the infrastructure in terms of investing in new airports and increasing the fleet, and I think this looks into what SG AFCAC area mentioned in terms of the projection, in terms of the connectivity we are looking at under the SATAM. We need hubs and we need airports that are going to help us to reach these numbers. Let me go to our partners, development partners, starting from the World Bank. The area on SG AFCAC mentioned, the Aviation Infrastructure Gap Analysis 2023 that we conducted, AUC, AFCAC, and ICAO, which came up with 61 gaps in 41 countries. This project did not end into infrastructure gaps, but we are working closely with the World Bank to also look at how can we invest in bankable aviation projects. So my question is to Jean-Francois Marteau, what are the World Bank's current priorities in addressing Africa's aviation infrastructure gaps? And how do they align with SATAM objectives and the broader Agenda 2063 vision? How can multilateral development institutions, including the World Bank, support African states in structuring viable PPPs for airport modernization and air navigation services projects? Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Eric. First of all, I think that the World Bank aligns completely with the objective of the single market. As you may remember, the World Bank was very involved in the setting up of the Yamoussoukro decision when it was done, and we have always tried to support the development of this market. And I think that the infrastructure gap analysis that you have done in 2023 is really a very relevant work, because it showed a lot of gaps, but the extent of financing required to fill those gaps is not so big when you think about it. It's a few $100 million. That's a lot at the scale of one country, but at the scale of the continent, it is not a big amount. So I think that there is something to think of in terms of funding this infrastructure gap. As you know, the traditional World Bank instruments are at country level, which is not necessarily the adequate, it can be a good way to finance, but maybe in that case we probably need to be a bit more creative, and we should probably, us together with others, seek other sources of financing, maybe even the industry to some extent, because that's an amount of funding that looks achievable, and then in that case this continental facility could propose to each country something to finance these gaps. I think to think along these lines at continental level could be interesting, or at sub-regional level if we think that continental is too complicated. But I think that given the amounts at stake, that's probably what we should do. You were asking as well on having some bankable PPP projects. I think airport operations or terminal extensions or those kind of projects are very easy to do on a PPP basis. Or maybe in countries that don't want necessarily to have a private operator, we can also work together with the rest of the World Bank Group, including IFC. We can also envisage sometimes some facilitating commercial financing for those operations, because as you know, the resource that we have in a way compete with all the other uses that countries can do with World Bank money. So it's not always obvious for us to lend directly to an airport. We do it especially in islands or in countries that have very large, that are very wide and that are very isolated areas. So or financing of airports are often in that range. But we have, I know that in Rwanda, MIGA or insurance arm helped bringing commercial financing to the airport, and IFC also did the Cabo Verde concession recently. So these are, we need to use also our commercial arms for that. And the last thing I wanted to say is something that is very important, I think, is the work that the African Union and others have done on the tax and fee framework. Because as I think Afrak was saying, the tax and fees in Africa are still among the highest in the world. And when we see a big investment program, sometimes the civil aviation or even the airport operators kind of raise those taxes, and that makes it even more expensive, and it makes it more difficult for airlines to develop. So I think to have a very, and I think that's something on which the World Bank could collaborate and continue to collaborate with the countries and the Union to see these objectives that you set yourselves to diminish the tax and fee framework, that this becomes a reality without harming too much the profitability of the airport business. Because that's really something that, for me, that's one of the biggest obstacles today. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you so much, the World Bank. One of the other things that we working together with the World Bank is on air cargo and trade routes. This is a continental study that has been supported, and we are looking at supporting trade facilitation in the framework of FCFTA to know where cargo moving across Africa and where trade commodities are moving, and we are able to ask our airlines now to support those trade routes and be able to support a more connected and also bring together SATAM and FCFTA. Last but not least, Sergio from the head of international partnership at DG Move of European Commission. We know that EU is also a very good partner for aviation industry in Africa, especially working hand in hand with African Civil Aviation Commission, various initiatives, especially under safety, security, facilitation, and recently some few initiatives on regulations and others through European Civil Aviation Agency, EASA. Can you outline EU's Global Gateway Initiative and what EASA partnership is supporting to African aviation safety, infrastructure development, and regulatory capacity building across the continent? What opportunities exist for deeper cooperation between the EU and African partners to mobilize green, digital, and sustainable aviation investments, particularly in support of SATAM and Agenda 2063 objectives? Over to you, Sergio. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eric. And let me first thank the African Union for having invited the European Union to this important panel. I'm very glad of having shared it with these distinguished panelists, because I think the level is very high. I have also learned a lot with these exchanges. And before answering to your question, Eric, on how we are supporting SATEM from the European Union, let me very briefly say why. I think I'm going to see 3 reasons why European Union is supporting the African Union on the liberalization of the space of the aviation sector. The first reason is very simple, but it's important to keep in mind. It's because it is an African Union-driven process. And this is very important for us because this matches EU values and on having a continental approach. So we really think that, as is the case with the CFTA, the African CFTA, SATEM is a continental process where the European Union has a comparative advantage in support, because we have an experience We started our own EU single aviation market 30 years ago. Now we have a strong set of rules and high standards. And we really think we can, in our strong partnership we have in transport, we can really share what we have learned and support Africa to achieve similar results of integration. The second reason is because, as Madam the Commissioner and the Secretary General of AFCAF has put it very well, and I'm not going to repeat it, but it's obvious that SATEM is an enabler for the implementation of many other economic and social policies. In other words, it allows for low-hanging fruits in terms of development. We cannot forget, as also has been said by Adefunga, I think that Africa is 7 times bigger than Europe. And aviation, in the case of Africa, is even more critical to enable any other kind of development. And on this, I wanted to just say that even in Europe, it has had a very important impact on the living condition of all of us. I remember when I was a kid, I was not flying. It was only taking an airplane or flying within Europe. It was only reserved for rich people. And now, after 30 years of this EU single aviation market, we have the opportunity to, with the low-cost companies, with high-quality services, with very reasonable prices, to go to any point of Europe and do business or visit our families, etc. So this is really a game changer, the SATEM. And the third reason why the European Union is supporting is on the business opportunities, because we really think that we have very important airlines operating in Africa with a lot of connections, not connecting only to Europe, but through Europe to the rest of the world too. Our airlines want to continue doing business here and doing partnerships with your airlines. We have also aircraft productions. We have the navigation and safety systems that we can share, and we can do business in this respect. But also, it's not only about business, but also we need this partnership with Africa for a very important avenue or a very important project that we have all collectively now, which is the decarbonization of the aviation sector, and in particular with the production of SAFs, the sustainable aviation fuels. Europe cannot do it by itself. We need partnership for it. We need the production of SAFs. Africa can produce sustainable aviation fuels. And we really think that we can partner on this production, and our airlines can also use the aviation fuels produced in Africa, or can refuel here in Africa with these SAFs. So just this is on why, and on how. I think you have in my introduction, you already mentioned that we have through our European Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, we have a number of projects that are in particular supporting AFCAC. Currently, we have around 15 million euros in terms of technical assistance. We also work with ASEGNA in navigation systems. And also, what we are looking more closely now is to not only work at continental level, but help AFCAC to make the link with the domestic level, because we are very supportive to this pilot implementation of the SATEM that AFCAC is promoting based on key countries, I think are 17. And we think that we can also help countries to adopt and to, so the protocol of SATEMs, all the commitments that implies. And we think it's a good idea to start with bilateral agreements, 2-3 countries, little by little, expanding this stronger collaboration, because we think that in Europe also this has been a way of achieving many of the results that we have today. And finally, also, I mentioned SAF, and indeed we are with ICAO and EASA, we are conducting a number of feasibility studies for the production of SAF in the continent. So we have this ambition to to support private sector in developing these alternative fuels. I think it's important to understand also that on SAF, not all the countries will be producers. There will be also countries that will be rather consumers, but that are important aviation hubs. And also the SAF is not just about the production, but it's also about the distribution and the commercialization. And one particular thing that we would like to deepen is with Africa is on the quality of the SAF and the regulations that establish that a SAF is eligible for being considered as a viable alternative for the carbonization of the aviation sector. Thank you. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. And as we come to a close of our important discussion, just wanted to do a wrap-up for each panelist, 30 seconds or 1 minute maximum. Just as we are today in the Financing Summit on Infrastructure, and we are focusing on aviation infrastructure, where do we see ourselves in the next summit, which next year? So where do we want to be when it comes to investing in aviation infrastructure? And SATAM, of course. Thank you. Starting with SGFCAC, please.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very interesting conversation. I'm sure for all of the people who have been listening, I'm sure just like me, you heard opportunity all the way. And so I'd just like to highlight that next year, it would be great if we can come back here and identify 5 countries across the 5 regions in Africa where we have been able to invest in a particular way. And there are opportunities in 6 areas from what I've heard and from the work that we've done. One is on airports and cargo facilities, logistics and hubs. The other is on communications, navigation systems, air navigation, air traffic management systems. And the third is on sustainable aviation and greener energy transitions. Of course, we also have aircraft equipage and fleet equipage and so many other areas. These are low-hanging fruits. In addition to this hard infrastructure, we also have the non-physical infrastructure, which is built on the collaboration that my sister mentioned, whether it is removing barriers on visas, allowing people to move seamlessly, or also on the custom side. So there's a lot that we can do in terms of working together and harmonizing across regions, across clusters of countries, and across the continent. And finally, I want to say that we are able to show results. And somebody mentioned that before. I think it was you, Honorable Minister, in your previous panel. Without showing results, it's just a talk show and a talk shop that we go every year. But if we're able to deliver and show results in specific areas, then you do create that trust framework that people want to see. And finally, AFCAC is willing and open to support the work of facilitating and coordinating along these infrastructure development areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, SG. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Dr. Jimmy.
Thank you, Eric. I would say let's start with actions which do not cost money. We can open our skies, we can foster more collaborations, we can start discussing how we collaborate to deliver infrastructure in a way that is coordinated. I believe we will not succeed with more than 50 national airlines. We'll have to share codes, we'll have to share training and capacity building infrastructure. We'll have to share maintaining and repair and overhaul in a way that as Africa we become more competitive to the world and we improve the service we deliver to our people. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The next, Engineer Makombe.
Thank you, Eric. If the people in this room believe that as Africa we have what it takes to grow together, then next year I want to hear about the collaborations, and the more collaborations. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Ethiopian Airlines.
Thank you. As I said, Ethiopian Airlines, after the airport becomes part of the airline, we increased the capacity of Bole Airport from 8 million to 25 million. When we finish June this year, we carry 20 million passengers. So Bole will take us, it's just a matter of a couple of years. For that reason, we have started construction of a mega airport, which is 40 kilometers to south of Addis. The construction costs will be about 8.6 billion US dollars. The total project cost will be 10.5 billion US dollars. The project is already started. We have finalized the resettlement and livelihood of the occupants of the selected area. We have identified African Development Bank as our mandated lead arranger. So we appoint KPMG as financial advisors. The project information memorandum and the financial model is finalized. So the financial mobilization is already started. So after a year, when we come next year, definitely a good percentage of the construction of the mega airport will be finalized. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All the best to Ethiopian Airlines for the big project for Africa, I believe. Yes, next, World Bank.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, I would like a financing mechanism that would be put in place to support the gap bridging for infrastructure. And at least I would like for the next year that all these actions, especially on the tax fee framework and bridging these gaps, that there be a reporting coming from you, maybe with our help, that people can scan on a QR code at the beginning of this session to realize all what has been done and know what progress has been done over the year. Thanks.
That's a good, very good. I think we can achieve that together. The next is TAG Angola.
Era importante que no próximo summit tivéssemos provas concretas de um aumento significativo do número de passageiros a viajar dentro do nosso continente, tivéssemos mais projetos ou países que terminaram mais projetos, nomeadamente estruturas aeroportuárias, e que pudéssemos ter, de facto, aqui mais instituições financeiras que estejam a apoiar, de facto, projetos em África e que possam, de facto, comprovar todo esse apoio, o que iria demonstrar um crescimento e iria demonstrar que, de facto, atingimos um novo patamar. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Sergio?
Yes, 2 points, quick points from my side. First of all, that as a result of all what I have just said, you will see an increase in the next years of the EU support to the African Union in the aviation sector. Because we think this is at the heart of the global gateway strategy, and as I said, it has very positive consequences on any other economic and social sector that we want to support from the European Union side. So we will have increased funds, and we hope that with more impact on this sector. And the second point close linked to it is that because, of course, as we see it, the best way to prove that the AFCFTA is going to succeed is to make the SATEM a success. And I think this is one of the best examples we can have in terms of African integration. And in fact, this is a quick win for AFCFTA. That's why from the European Union, we are convinced that we have to increase the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Monsieur le directeur du Royaume du Maroc.
En 30 secondes. L'aéroport n'est jamais une infrastructure en soi, c'est un terminal pour des avions. Et donc il faut un trafic pour pouvoir développer, pour justifier le développement des infrastructures aéroportuaires. Et nous pensons que l'un des facteurs permettant de stimuler ce trafic aérien et donc créer cet effet d'entraînement, c'est bien la création de cet espace africain commun. Et donc, il est important d'accélérer le processus de mise en œuvre effectif du marché unique africain de transport aérien. Et merci.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to all the panelists. And my last conclusion is that for the next summit, we need to see our infrastructure gaps closed. We estimated around 25 billion to be mobilized. With our funding partners, and as the Minister mentioned, let us start with what we can do from this year. Then next year, I think World Bank gave us a very optimistic point that yes, we can close these gaps in the various infrastructure aspects. Thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to more fruitful discussions during this LFS, and we thank AUDA, NEPAD, and Government of Angola for giving us this great opportunity. Thank you very much.